Welcome, fellow castigators, to GasMaskGamers. I'm here with Jensen, and I'm here with the GamerMike.
Whoa.
We're going to be talking about some crazy news story, and at the same time, we're going to, I don't know, I guess it's not technically murder, but,
Gonna
know.
desecrate corpses.
yeah, we're going to desecrate corpses.
Mm-hmm.
Because, yeah, I was going to say murder, and then I was like, no, and then I was going to say kill, and I was like, well, not quite. So, yeah, we're going to desecrate some walking corpses. That is exactly what is going to happen. So, first off, we got some kind of Epstein news. Jensen, go ahead. Tell us about that.
So, we have the flight logs, right? Just documentation.
Right.
We now have his calendar. Basically showing all his meetings, or planned meetings, dating back way past, I think, 2008, which is when the first charge came out that he was diddling kids. Anyway, apparently a regular person on that calendar that they had meetings with was the man that Joe Biden just appointed head of the CIA.
Oh!
So
Yikes.
the man Biden just appointed as head of the CIA regularly met with Epstein.
So, how did they release these documents, or how did this information get out?
I believe so.
Okay.
And but he's not the only one. These are just like the top two that are on there that we found out. The other there's more people, but they're all smaller. But the top two is the current head of the CIA, which Biden appointed, so kind of sus, and also Obama's lawyers.
Obama's lawyers.
This was during Obama's presidency.
Ooh. Oh my.
So during Obama's presidency, his lawyers were constantly meeting with Epstein.
Okay.
And then the guy who was CIA, but not the head of the CIA, met with him regularly, and is now head of the CIA.
Ah,
So
shoot. Did we already do this?
It's kind of sus. I didn't.
I think we did.
I think we did
All right,
this.
we'll go do it again with chance.
Yep.
What do you say?
Yeah.
Ready?
So, was it court documents, or was it like a federal agency?
Federal agency, like the flight plans. This is news that came out, I think, today.
I bet they were. I bet they were grinding their teeth, publishing all that.
Yeah.
Oh, we can't get it out. We must. The public needs to know that we diddled the kids. I mean, flew on a plane.
That begs,
Yeah,
like, a
flew
ton
on
of
a plane, that
questions,
was it.
like, yeah, we'll get them.
That's all that happened.
So, like, this is like after, like, all the allegations came out, I guess. So they knew he was dirty before they even did all this. So it's like,
They're like,
get people dirty, get people to with them, and I don't know, use it as blackmail. It's just weird that they would choose
Everybody
to
stop a sec. I gotta heal.
yeah, put that out there.
Found out all this stuff. It's weird.
Well, a lot of elite people think they're untouchable, so they become very risk not adverse. So they think they're, they can't be prosecuted or anything. So they, go towards the danger, per se. So, I mean,
Also kind of explains how might explain how he just got ridiculous amounts of money.
oh yeah, definitely. I mean, he's probably blackmailing so many people. It is so strange that nobody other than Epstein was like, put behind bars. Like that is just suspicious as all get out. It's like how many people are in on this that nobody else got found out, you know what I mean?
Yeah, right?
Makes you think.
It's nuts, man.
So yeah, there's I mean, Biden's got to be dirty in this. If they knew about this, and knew about this guy they appointed as CIA, it'd be dirty if he specifically appointed this man.
Oh man, he just sniffed a few
I mean,
kids.
his-
We all do that.
His son knows at the very least.
Oh yeah.
We know the kind of guy he is. We know
I
what
don't
he's
think
got on
Biden
his
remembers
laptop.
yesterday.
No, I don't think he does.
I mean, I don't think Biden probably.
He probably doesn't know if he's guilty.
It's like, who are all these people? What? What the heck?
I just love kids. Listen, folks.
Come on, no joke.
It wasn't that big a deal.
You know, back in the day when you had.
Everybody I know was doing it.
It's okay, cause everybody did it. Come on.
What the?
Yeah.
No joke.
I think even if you like somebody prosecuted him, I mean he would just plead insanity. Right. That just,
Wouldn't know what his eyes were.
or well, his lawyers would plead for insanity. Like he would not understand anything. It's like, what do you mean I was on them flight plans? What happened with the beach on the island? Yeah, I remember that.
Speaking
I
of
wish I
Biden,
could go back.
Hunter Biden
Papa's there.
went to court today.
Dark Brandon wants some kids.
Joe Biden's son went into court for what?
Yeah. Jaeden, were you planning on talking about this, or I guess you probably have the information out?
Yep.
Okay, well I'll just let you do. You got
So he banged a stripper, and
I'm shocked. Wait,
got a-
like
got a-
recently?
got a kid. No. This is about the kid's 4 years old now.
Someone should use their health pack.
So Hunter Biden has a daughter. Tried to say it wasn't his, of course. Whole DNA test proved that it was. And
Oh yeah,
paid-
and Biden denied his niece or whatever,
Yep.
or that she was his
Denied
niece.
existence.
Maybe
Yep.
there's some train tracks.
he paid about $20,000 in child support, and then said, "Oh, I can't pay anymore. I don't have the money," which is obviously absurd.
Wasn't he getting that like a month on some
Ukraine money.
council in Ukraine or some crap?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so now she's the mother is suing him in court, and he's the judge is forcing him to show his bank statements in court.
Spicy.
Yep, pretty spicy. The first day was today. I could not find a report on what exactly occurred, if anything.
I only saw live footage of him walking into the place.
I'm guessing that it was just... Knowing how court is, I'm sure that, like, nothing really happened. The next court date is July.
Did he look official? Did he have a suit?
Yes.
We can get back up over here.
But it's a pretty funny situation because, you know, usually when he gets in a fix like this, he would just pay him off.
Yeah.
But that would be incriminating to this specific situation, of course. So he's pretty damned no matter what he does. And of course he, you know, there's a certain, it's a pretty high level of fraud, and he lied in court and all that. So he's pretty much going to jail, unless for some reason the mother drops it. Then he's pretty much going to jail for sure. So it's all pretty funny.
Just pretend they're all helicopter pilots.
I mean,
Francis, he
any amount of jail time for that psycho is good in my book.
Right. We tried to get out.
Oh my goodness.
Through that. Oh, dang. Now he has
Yeah. DNA don't lie. Whoa.
Yeah, so yeah. He shows your bank statements, he goes to jail. He shows fake ones, he goes to jail. He pays her off, he goes to jail.
He pays the
Straight
judge,
to
he
jail.
goes to jail.
Straight to jail. I mean, I'm not. Not really in many ways out. Without something. Also, this judge is a woman. She may be more sympathetic to others. So, more likely that the judge will be in the mother's favor.
It means a hole.
Yeah. I mean, especially since
Hold on, let me patch you up.
Micah, you're gonna die all out there all by yourself.
Nah.
You can't just limp off alone.
Not even going the right way.
I'm too good at this game, dude.
Right. But
Look at this. Anybody got
I mean, yeah, I especially hope I hope it works out because the mom has proved responsibility through her actions. Like, she's not a stripper anymore. She went back to college, got a degree. She's doing honest work now.
Improved her life.
Yeah.
And as well, you know, raising the child by herself.
Just getting her dignity back.
Yep.
Good.
Well, I mean, according to the former stripper, is that she was stripping at a very prestigious place.
Ah, that makes it
Used
so much better.
her money to go to GW.
Oh. Well,
Waterworks.
yeah, it's very unfortunate that the culture forces like women in particular to go to college and then to pay student debt. They're like, oh, just be a whore.
No.
Like,
she was
dude.
before college.
I'm just saying, like, the mentality of today's, I don't know, how women are empowered today is like, yes, be in debt and then pay off the debt with your body.
Yeah, right. You don't have to be
I can help.
A slave to a man.
Yeah, slave to a man. Don't have to raise kids or be in the kitchen. You can be a corporate cog,
Be on a pole.
and then be empowered by satiating the patriarchy. Because that's perfect. You can be exploited
It's so-
by someone who. Hey, you
What
dick!
the heck? Oh my gosh.
Didn't get in here.
Oh, they love it.
Oh my goodness, dude!
That's me.
The door
that does
pushed me
that.
right
Come
into
on.
the witch. But yeah, you could be. You can have some, you know. You can be in a like relationship with someone who loves you and have this like division of labor
Very-
where you get
yeah,
the
very
good deal, or
Personal, private, intimate.
you can
stuff.
have some freaking pimp. If that's what you
You
would
can be public
prefer.
property.
Yeah.
I mean, I know which one I choose. Okay, definitely be a whore.
Obviously.
Fantastic.
There's just no other option.
Guess.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I'm all for consequences, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
I got a feeling the next few streams we're gonna be talking a lot about the Biden crime family.
Yeah,
I
probably
hope so.
future news. Although, you know, after the whole Alec Baldwin thing, I'm not.
Yeah. Not the most confident.
Yeah, not as confident. I'm sort of cautiously optimistic about potential justice. Cause yeah, that was messed up.
It's so weird.
Molotov's over here.
I mean, I think he'll eventually maybe pay a bunch of fines or go to jail, Alec Baldwin, but
He is not going anywhere. His charges were dropped.
well, I think his family could, or the family could like sue for stuff,
Nope.
but
Well, they're the ones who brought the dang charges.
oh really?
Or some of them anyway.
Ah,
I mean, it was a murder. Freaking murder.
nah, I don't think it was a murder.
Yes, it was.
Weapons
He
here.
shot the person. The person.
It was a
died.
negligent.
Involuntary manslaughter is the term.
Here they
Oh,
come.
what?
Yeah.
Freaking murder.
Murder assumes, what is it, premeditation or something, or intent, I mean,
Yeah, intent.
right?
Right.
Yeah, but
It was like a negligent.
probably deserves some time for being negligent with a firearm.
Oh yeah, especially if you pay off like a judge. I think that should be very prosecutable.
That movie's gonna flop when it comes out. I got a feeling.
Yeah.
Hear that, Boomer?
I love that they're returning to work and everything. And he's gonna finish the movie, as if anyone will see it. I mean, maybe some people will in a morbid kind of way.
Honestly, I would have just canceled the movie and used it as a tax write-off.
I mean, it might actually be a great experience to see it in theaters and watch as everyone collectively gasps when the shot of him pointing a gun at the camera shows up.
He's gonna kill us too, somehow. Get me down.
So, you're familiar with Pete Buttigieg, aren't you?
Pete Butt Gig.
Pete Buttigieg, yeah.
Yep.
Pete
Booty gig.
Buttigieg.
Booty.
Healing. Cover me.
Booty GG.
Right. So he was in this serious interview where he was asked where he was talking about repairing like roads and bridges and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was very negligent about the whole train derailment and all this stuff. He took like a solid week to show up, and then he didn't,
I hear a witch.
just wasn't really doing his job as in a literal sense or as a politician,
Look out!
if you know what I'm saying. And he said, well, we're just having trouble because all of our forces
Through this container.
are focused on
Weapons here.
the Republicans who are trying to keep trans people out of women's sports.
Dude, what? What?
That's what he said. Yeah,
How can I do my job?
we're too busy.
Being
we're
a
too busy. It's not working.
Infrastructure, ma'am. Like what?
Dude, it's insane. Pete Buttigieg can't do his job, can't fix roads and bridges because men are trying to get in women's sports. Great.
Not that he cares, because isn't he a fag?
What a way to say my department is useless. Please fire me and everyone who works for me because they're not doing anything.
Molotovs over here.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's such a not your like issue. Anyway,
Micah, there's
like, what does that have to do with anything?
There's a pack in here, a health pack.
Where?
In here, where I'm standing and
I
jumping.
need it.
Because you're so good at this game.
This first aid will help.
I don't need health.
Cover me.
Heads up.
Yet again, what a jerk. This freaking booty jedge pisses me off.
Booty Jedge.
Also, Jensen, please
Expect me to do
refrain
my
from saying
job?
slurs on the stream.
Fag.
Dude, I don't want YouTube to take me down.
Oh no, bro.
Oh, hey. Who said
I'll
I was
have to
talking
go to
about gay
Rumble, which
people,
nobody
okay?
watches.
Hey, I watch Rumble.
I was talking about cigarettes. What are you talking about?
True. I watch Rumble, dude. It's on the come up.
No, it
I
isn't.
mean, it's not gonna be as big as YouTube, but
No.
Dude, I was watching a Nerdrotic stream on there, and like 50 people were watching. That's
Well,
how many
yeah.
people watch
I mean-
this show. I mean, it's pretty pathetic. I mean, it'll come around. I'm sure it'll, it's on the up, but I would.
I mean, I
rather
follow
not
a
get
few
kicked off YouTube.
creators.
It's not
I follow a few
preferable.
creators that have some decent numbers, but I mean, the site runs fine, and it's pro freedom of speech, so it's not really. I don't really care about the numbers per se, if that makes sense. Like,
Well, numbers matter if you want to pay the bill.
like long term, yeah, I understand, but
Absolutely.
Everybody hang on.
All right, everybody, get ready.
Oh, what? Yeah.
well, you guys can be doomers, and I'll be an optimist.
Well,
So
I mean-
we weren't being optimistic about that.
I mean, I like, having videos that have tens of thousands of views, and I know that's not going to happen on Rumble. So it's not like I have a problem with Rumble. It's really not preferable in any way,
Well, it's gonna be lower in totality
significantly.
viewer wise, but it's not gonna like,
Don't help me.
I don't think it will die off per se.
No.
Like I watch
No, I think
I watch a lot of people on there, and they have decent numbers, but it's like also the platform itself is fine. Like, it's not janky and
no.
trash. So if they keep that up, I mean, they'll have a dedicated audience, and hopefully they'll, I think they're also they also use locals for memberships. So like, if you want to support a creator, you can do it through locals, and locals in Rumble are like I think they're either teamed up or helping each other out, or both the same company. I'm not really sure. But that's like a subscription-based thing. And so their video storage, they use like Rumble infrastructure for. And they're also disassociating from like Google, like relying on Google servers for video storing and streaming, which is always a good thing, because Google can just, whenever they want, be like, oh, we don't like you. Get kicked off.
Google are very Nazi.
Yeah. So, I think if Rumble is building their own servers and stuff, that's also very good.
Yeah, I hope they start doing better. Especially if I get kicked off YouTube.
Hey, I was talking about cigarettes. Come on. No one said anything.
Oh, great. I only have melee.
There's an ammo pile out there.
Why did he do that?
I threw a gas grenade at him. Oh!
Oh no!
Somebody help me.
Almost got it. Gotcha, sucker.
What's going on?
I would bring up the next segment if there wasn't a horde.
It wouldn't know.
If there wasn't a horde around here. Uh-oh. We need to go help Jensen. Or is it Mike? Oh!
That's me.
Now we're both gonna die.
I'm gonna die first. Can't stop me.
Spitter's on the ground.
I got you. Never mind.
Oh,
I got a defib.
Weapons here. Clear.
Live.
I'll try this rifle.
But did you revive me?
Yeah.
oh! Right after I heal. There we go.
Yeah.
Hell
Alright,
yeah.
guys. Real brave. I guess.
Damn it.
Lift down! Get in the goddamn truck! Out of the way, Francis! I'm driving!
I have low health.
Yay! We did it!
Look at it.
Alright, so.
Ow.
So there's a councilman. And before you ask, no, I don't know how serious he is.
Does he have a hood?
Hmm?
Does he say I am the Senate?
That'd be a chance.
Don't know.
That might go.
Dude, what if somebody cosplayed as Palpatine, like in the court
In the
or
Senate.
the Senate hearings and stuff like that? Be like, I am this.
Dude, if I would do that. I'd totally do that.
That would be awesome.
So anyway, he's a councilman named Ryan Webb in Delaware, and he has come out as a lesbian woman of color.
Right.
Oh.
He says he is now living as his true self,
Oh, of course.
as a lesbian woman of color. And
Is he mocking, or is this like
we
serious?
don't know.
I mean, either way, that's
Looks
what.
like the airport's still operating.
And
Let's
he
try
says
to get
that
there.
he would like to point out that he believes that he is the first lesbian councilwoman of color. Which makes me
I
think,
think
that
the
he's,
entire
that he's
Senate
joking.
needs to do that.
Reloading.
Yeah.
But, you know, could tell you. And of course, even though at first we had no indication of whether he's joking, he started like receiving death threats from the trans community immediately, just because he's a Republican.
Dude, they need to accept him. Like, what? That's so messed up.
Yep, they were vehemently against him, even though they're apparently all inclusive and tolerant. So tolerant, don't you know? Hey Jensen, where'd you get off to?
I'm leaving.
Oh,
I will bid you all adieu.
adieu.
As you do.
Adieu-ba-doo-ba-doo.
Adieu.
Let us
Adieu.
go then. hit fourth. Yeah, it's always funny to see this. They always want to have this moral high ground, and then they act like this. And it's like, yeah, sure. You're just such a good person because you're just so affirming of everyone and all of their what's-its. I totally believe you.
That is pretty funny.
But yeah, I mean, whether he's joking or not,
I mean, if he's a Republican,
still
he's
pretty
probably
funny.
joking.
Yeah. But at the same time, you never know. I mean, it's pretty weird Republicans.
That's true.
There's still a lot of people who claim to be conservative and are quite woke.
Yeah.
It just seems that if that's what happens if you're around those kinds of people, like Fox News, way more bipartisan than I would like to be. Still better than a lot of news like, you know, CNN or MSNBC or ABC News, but definitely not ideal the way that they run things.
They appeal to like very moderate, right-leaning, but like the main corporations or whatever you want to say that like own them and stuff are like not right-leaning, like
Right.
so the influence is there, right? Don't touch this topic, don't go too far, right? Don't talk about this and this subject because that's off limits. So they have to play ball basically a lot of the times. So
Right.
So yeah, I would only watch Fox News like occasionally. I mean, personally, I don't watch Fox News, but if I were to, I would only watch it like occasionally, and then like have a second source, if not maybe a third, for some of this stuff.
Yeah.
Because I know how their influence is, or their higher up influences on them.
There's a boomer down there somewhere. I got him. Yeah, I think there's also, and this ain't gonna sound right, but I think that there are some conservatives who are just aren't liberal enough. Like, of course it's the least of our worries, really. So I'm complaining just to complain. Just to be clear here, right? But like,
as we do,
there's a disappointing amount who still don't see who still see pop culture as something that's childish and doesn't matter. You know, like even some of some of the best guys, you know, like Matt Walsh. He's great. He's a cool guy. He's tough, which is what I like about him. You know, he's really a fighter when it comes to upholding the things that he believes.
Mm-hmm.
But even he is like still a part of the like anti-comic books, anti-television, anti-video games. Like he's just like an anti-media guy.
Yeah.
Even though, of course, he is a media worker.
I mean,
and it's just a little sad to see that, because it's like, oh, that's really you know, I love you, but that's
Yeah.
short-sighted. It's very short-sighted.
I mean, I kind of get it from a perspective, like, because there's so much, like, trash media, like, culture, like, pop culture stuff.
Yeah.
But there is, like, new, what is it? Like, new century pop culture, or, like, culture, like, digital media, I guess, I'd say. Because, like, they're used to looking at, like, classic forms of culture, like, very musical or like sports. There's a bunch of examples, but that's like old school cultural phenomenons that people get behind and find enjoyment in and find meaning in and derive like morals and values. And today our pop culture type stuff is very hollow and shallow a lot of the time. So I can see that like callous look at it from older generations that are like, back in my day we had like discs that played Renaissance music or something, like some random old stuff. Or
I think it would have been really impressive to record music in the Renaissance. I'll just say that. But yeah,
I'm talking about like violin, like just like old school musical instruments, I guess. I don't know what you call that genre.
Orchestra music or classical music, some people call it.
Yeah, classical
Although that's not
music.
always correct term, but yeah, no.
So like a petri dish example is you could look at how music has evolved and how much like more crappy and like manufactured it's all been.
All
And
them
so you can look
SoundCloud
at like
rappers.
yeah, and so you can look at all the new music as being terrible and all the old music as being, you know, godly. But I mean, that's not really the case. It's just changed, and I think the quantity has increased. So there's a lot more trash.
Right. No, I mean, yeah, there's a lot to do with accessibility and all that. But yeah, no, I know what you're saying. Like, I do get where they're coming from, because, you know, boy, do I know about crap media.
Yeah.
Much more than they do, probably. But at the same time, like when they say things like that, it becomes more disappointing as they get older. Because we're getting to the point where we have old people who were kids in the 70s. Right? And that ain't got nothing to do with like that's past classical music, that's past radio shows. Like by that time we had rock and roll. We had television. I mean, think about the most popular genre of TV in the 70s. It was cop shows.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so pretty high bar morally, right?
Right. Yeah.
It was still, you know, hero and villain stories of a different form. And the most popular show, like, of that decade, and not many people seem to know or appreciate this, was The Muppet Show. Which, and it was really rare at the time for American shows to play in other countries, or really shows to play cross-country at all. Right?
Yeah.
And it played in over 50 countries, which is still the record to this day. And if you add up like number for number, The Muppet Show to this day is still the most watched TV show in the world.
Gosh.
Which is pretty incredible. And it just has to do with
Puppies.
Well, yeah, certainly, but you know, it was always it never lacked morals. It was always very accessible, and it wasn't mind-numbing, because it was, you know, legitimately funny and all that.
Right.
But now it's like we've got these excess of popular shows that are either just, you know, straight up glorifying evil, or just really mindless.
Promoting like degenerate.
Right. And so it's weird
lifestyles.
Yeah, it's weird if people who to see people who were kids in that area, just kids in that era, to be anti all these different types of media, as if they don't get it, right? You know, because they experienced it at its best. I mean, all the best movies are from the 80s, right? And that was 40 years ago. Everything from the 80s is 40 years old or more.
I mean, there's I mean, there's a stereotype for a reason about, you know, the generation that you were in is better than, you know, this new fandangle generation that's just, you know, off the deep end type of mentality.
Except now it's officially true, because
I mean, yeah, now, but
as I said, I prefer music, television,
I'm
and
reloading.
movies from back then, so
yeah. But there's a stereotype for a reason, but that's like the mentality that people have. They're like, oh, my generation was, you know, so much better than this generation. This generation's
I ate dirt and rocks, and
I
parents
was
weren't
better
responsible.
off.
They didn't watch us at all.
And I turned out just fine.
I was basically abused, but look at me now.
Oh,
Oh, now
Did
you've done
oopsie.
it.
I'm being ripped apart. Oh, Francis is.
Oh, Francis! No, Francis!
But yeah, I mean, the level-headed, reasonable thing to do is acknowledge the good things from your generation, and then try to sift through the next generation, so you're not like out of touch, and gather like the good stuff, the good quality stuff, to, you know, keep in touch with your younger relatives or your kids or whatever, and kind of like, I don't know, not just accept all of that new stuff, because a lot of the new stuff from many generations, like a lot of new stuff from many generations, was actually terrible. But so I'm not saying that the old generation was better than the new generation. I'm not saying the new generation is superior to the old generation. I'm saying you just have to apply like discernment from culture, and just pick out the good things and share that, and try to cultivate that for the next generation, or you're gonna lose the next generation. Like, that's just
Right.
that's how that works.
It's sort of like extremism. Like, I don't like people who just sort of say that everything is bad and nothing is, you know, there's no good media right now.
Yeah.
And then I equally dislike the people who
Hell's here.
will just accept mediocrity and watch things to watch things, which is definitely something that's really
Down the stairs.
popular in the era of streaming.
Right.
Is all the garbage being so accessible, and people, you know, will binge watch TV shows just to have something to do instead of being constructive with their time.
Yeah, that's not good.
So yeah, it's like people are determined to be one or the other. And it's like you can't do that. You got to be more even-handed about it.
Watch out!
Look out!
And I know I'll be a bit of a grumpy old man one day, but I hope I'm not too out of touch, you know. I hope that I can still understand things.
Reloading.
Right. Of course, I mean, if the next generation is escalating as much as this generation, I think we're pretty much doomed.
Is it this way? Micah?
The short attention spans, the addictive digital crack, the perma online socialization.
Stop thinking about killing the witch. Let's go.
Mixed with like, it's just so much stuff that's.
Yeah, I hate the 15-second media. It's not.
So yeah,
it's
if
not
that gets
good.
worse, I don't know if I can.
Don't get hung.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I want to.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, I hope I don't
That's
become
not healthy.
like not even-handed about media, but at the same time, it's sort of like even though I'm in my early 20s, it's like everything that I would consider like my style of media is already worn out.
It's escalating, or it's exponentially
Because I'm not into any
advancing.
of like the gang music or the electronic music or
Don't shoot the car.
and I'm not
Safe house in that storage
I'm
place.
not into all the TV shows with the morally gray lead characters, which seems to be like super popular right now with Breaking Bad and Game of Thrones. Now everyone does it because of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby.
And I'm not into all the gay movies. So it's kind of like, you know, like, I don't know.
Well, if it wasn't so saturated with all that like deplorable stuff, then I mean I could be okay with it. You know what I mean?
Like, okay with what specifically?
Like I could be okay with a morally gray character going through, you know, scenarios and stuff, because it's like depicting. He's depicting, you know, real life stuff, like real life.
There are movies where it works.
Real life toils and troubles and bad people or people going astray, because that's what we do. So you can have those movies, but
Right.
when it's all like morally gray or just like blatantly advocating for evil behavior and then celebrating it as though it's like a good thing to do, and then every TV show and movie has to have like a gay person, like it's like mandatory. Yeah, occasionally you could have a gay person in TV show or a gay person in a movie, but because it's like every single one and you're emphasizing it and making it like a really good thing, you know, it's like there's no negatives, there's no downsides to being gay, everything is better, right? So it's like glorifying that as well. So if they like depicted it in reality, and sometimes comedy movies will do that, they'll like show a gay dude or whatever, and then they'll like make fun of some of the stuff that gay dudes like do, right? So I mean, I get that, and it's not like a gay dude has to be the butt of every joke. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
just like you would joke about black people and their stereotypes, right?
Yeah, right, like You know, like having a gay character isn't inherently bad, but when you're making it like awkward or cringy or going, hey, do anal, kids, there's no consequences to that, then we've got a problem.
Yeah. So it's the saturation issue, I think, along with the quantity of trash. But like, principally, you can make those types of things, and it'd be like, you know, okay. But the amount is what I have issue with, and like the emphasis, the glorification of all that stuff.
Yeah, because it's even like the big franchise name now. You know, like we talked about last time, of even Star Wars trying to be morally gray all the time.
Yeah.
When that's not what the story is at all. It's like, well, that's not good.
Weapons here.
No.
I mean, like, that's the other thing. Like, if it wasn't... If all of these problems... I would be more okay with it if all of these problems weren't having so much of an effect on things that were my style.
Yeah.
Because it's like, we can't just make new stuff that's garbage. You know, there's always gonna be garbage. But they have to taint other things as well. And that's a lot of the time where it goes too far.
There's a lot of zombies.
Yeah, that seems kind of weird.
Yeah, just don't be like extreme. Be even-handed with treating media, because there's always going to be good media, there's always going to be bad media, or culture, pop culture. And I don't really know what to label, like, I think there is a label for it overall.
For what?
Like human entertainment? Like music, videos, plays, books.
Art?
No, because it's like a cultural... It has like cultural...
You mean pop culture?
Is it really pop culture? What does that even mean, pop culture?
Popular culture.
So
The
like
thing,
current popular...
the jazz. Yep, the current thing.
I'm more talking about like overall. I guess it would just be culture stuff, but that's right.
Yeah, I mean, there's some. It's pretty often used because there are lots of things that will always be pop culture, like Star Wars.
I don't know, always. Cultural entertainment.
I just say media.
Media.
I mean, they're all
but
just different types of media.
when you say media, I interpret that as like visual for some reason, like video
Well, it's all media
or news.
because they're all types of media.
True.
Oh,
Music
great!
media.
I have 16 shots, and I'm out. She's chasing me. I can't even hit her. Ah!
Come on.
Let's see. We have.
I don't feel so.
So,
Guys,
the Australian government. Hey, Michael, wait up, wait up. I'm gonna heal. Don't go nowhere.
Cover me.
cover me.
The Australian government is giving out free microchips. These microchips are surgically implanted into the arm.
There's a boomer around.
The chip contains your credit
Grenades
cards,
here.
ID, medical info, and will in the future be able to unlock your house and start your car.
Right, I don't see any problem with that.
Yeah,
That's
there's no problem with
totally
this.
normal.
Actually, a few of them already do the car thing.
Dude, why is Australia turning into like communist China?
Dude, I don't know. That's nuts.
I don't
Wokeism
don't
hit
understand.
them so hard. Like they were not. Their country was just not ready for that.
I thought they were like, you know, rebel,
Yeah, right. They live.
crazy.
They live in a
criminal-
country where literally everything is trying to kill you.
Like that's what I thought when I thought Australia, right? Like lawless society, you know, Mad Max.
Yeah, but they're like pussies now. Yeah,
Yeah.
because in the movies they're always
Grabbing first aid.
like super badasses with weapons.
Was that just always a lie, or did it just like change? I don't.
I think it
You know what I mean?
changed. Because I mean, stereotypes exist for a reason.
That's true.
And yeah, I mean they were pretty tough. There are actually quite a few
Reloading.
Australian sci-fi shows that I like, and they were always good because the actors always looked the part because they were often as tough as their characters. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And like action scenes with punching and gunplay look so much more realistic when they actually know how to handle the weapons that they're handling.
Right.
So I think at least to a certain extent that the stereotype used to be true. So I'm pretty surprised that it happened to them. There's obviously something about Australian culture that I just simply don't know. You know what I mean?
I know.
And I mean it's
They're
the
like
same,
so compliant. It's really weird.
and it's the same thing with English culture, right? That was built on standards. You'd think that they would be able to tough out something like this, and they didn't. And it seems like if any culture is not as rebellious or as well armed as Americans,
There's a first aid
is
kit
just
here.
not going to survive that kind of cultural
Hurry up, this'll only
change.
take a second.
Yeah, I guess not.
That's
I
what
wonder how
think
it's gonna
anyway.
backfire.
Because there are very few countries I can think of that weren't affected in some way.
Yeah. I mean, what was it? Sweden?
Don't shoot the car.
Or was it? I think it was Sweden.
That who?
They didn't do lockdowns. Was it Sweden? There's some Nordic.
I don't think so. That doesn't sound like that.
Some Nordic country didn't do lockdowns, and they were like, no, we're not gonna do any of that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Reloading.
We have to go there.
Although it does make me curious about Italian culture.
I mean,
Because Italy was where a lot of the trouble started,
yeah.
and they seem to have gotten through it just fine.
Yeah, I think they have a strong, like, familial, community-focused, like, conservative type, from what I've gathered anyway, so.
Yeah.
Didn't they elect that chick,
Yep.
was talking all about,
Their president, Giorgia Meloni,
yeah.
who's been doing all kinds of reasonable bans and restrictions in the name of preserving tradition.
Yeah,
I'm gonna heal up real quick.
Cover me while I heal.
I think it takes a strong, like, family-oriented culture. I think
Yeah.
that might be the building block, because a governing,
Grenades here.
I'm gonna say like a governing entity, or like governing social structure. The first governing social structure in humanity is the family, right? So if that's your
Yes.
building block to go off of as a culture, then you have a very strong foundation.
Yep,
You know what I
I
mean?
agree.
So,
Which is why our government wants to take all the parent rights away, because they see that.
yeah. Yeah.
They know the power.
Unfortunately. Right. I mean, that's why all of the dictatorships and communists always wanted to get rid of, like, parents and stuff like that. Like, no, you don't own your kid. The state owns your kid, right?
Molotovs here.
Oh, it takes a village. So says the communist dictators. So yeah, I think that might be one of the examples I could point to for why I like Italy and America has kind of withstood this power grab as much as they did.
Yep.
That and the Constitution. Constitution's very important.
It'll be interesting to see
Smoker.
how many people actually get this chip.
Uh-oh. I know, right? Definitely would be,
Seen worse.
Yeah, see if people
that sounds
are
like a Canadian thing to,
Yeah, it certainly does.
more than an Australian thing, but
It does sound pretty
I don't
Canadian.
I don't know when they're gonna, like, revolt, or if they will revolt. Like, I don't know how much you can take of this government control.
Yeah, I don't know.
Safe house ahead.
Like, like, I understand Asians, because a lot of Asian culture is, like, you know, always complying with authority. Like, even if it doesn't make any sense, or it's unreasonable or whatever, they will still, like, culturally, they'll just appeal to authority and they'll comply with it most of the time. Most of the time.
Yeah.
Although I
that
don't know why
also
that is, but yeah.
I mean, that also has a lot to do with the laws in Asian countries.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I think it's, like, baked into the cake, you know?
Yeah, to a certain extent. Yeah, I think so.
I mean, I don't want to be racist or anything, but they kind of act like a hive mind. A little bit. Not many of them kind of deviate, which is concerning.
Do you know why the crime is low in Japan?
Why? Because they kill everybody who's criminal.
No. So if
Man, they really trashed
you are
this place.
suspected of committing a crime,
Reloading.
Through the
they
offices.
will decide if you know how there's magistrate who decides if you get held, if you have bail, how much the bail will be if you have bail, right? And
Magistrate.
even though they have the ability to have bail, they basically don't. Like, the law is just super serious. So So you will just be held until your court date, even if it's just like a petty crime.
Yeah, that's kind of based.
Need some help.
And
I'm gonna
well, it's
die.
really bad if someone like framed you or
Molotov's over here.
Oh yeah, I mean yeah, that's
you
true.
weren't really involved because
back.
you lose your job, and since you're held there for so long, like there's this culture of
Like shame.
yeah. So your wife will just like divorce you, or your girlfriend will leave you. Like they'll literally just give up on you. Because
Oh my
that's what
gosh.
the culture around it is. And I mean, it is really effective. They have low crime, but at the same time, pretty rough if you're innocent.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I would. I mean that system would be perfect if it was like innocent till proven guilty type of thing. But I don't know. Cause like, I mean that's kind of difficult. Cause like if you're suspected for a crime, then
Yeah, see, I
I
know,
don't know
right?
how you could solve that.
I like it, but I also just don't.
Right, because like you can easily abuse that. Like, and if a police, like I don't know how their police is, but
Hey, there's weapons
I guess
over
I
here.
guess my thing would be like, do it for particular
more
crimes.
serious crimes, yeah.
Right.
But
'Cause-
then you get the petty crimes are also like irritating.
Cause like it's silly if
We can use that.
you know, like we got states where you could be a murderer and still get bail.
Yeah.
And it basically incentivizes rich people to commit crimes.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, like
Like that's messed up.
serious violent offenses, I don't think you should have bail. It's irresponsible. I don't understand.
Yeah, and I think there can be rewards,
Fire in the hole.
kind of like if you're charging someone and they decide that that person is guilty, then they can be made to pay your court fees. Like if you do something like that, where if you get arrested and you were totally innocent, then you know you get like a payout or something.
A witch.
Like, oh, you know, sorry you lost your job, bud, or whatever. while you were in
Yeah.
there.
Here, check some money. Yeah, we're sorry.
So I mean, I don't know, maybe something like that could help it be a little better. Oh, don't shoot that car.
Oh my.
Weapons here.
Good dude. The Australian government making the chips free, I think, is the most suspicious part.
For free?
Like, whenever they give anything out for free, it's suspicious. But
You
especially
can give away your
if
privacy
it's
rights
a-
for free?
Yeah, for free. Privacy rights for free. But especially if...
This is not good.
Yeah, this is really not good. But
I'm
especially
scared.
if, well, I'll go forward. I don't have any health. Oh!
Oh man, do not piss the witch off.
Dang it! How did you do that?
Ah!
Reloading.
I owe you.
I forgot what I was saying. That was traumatizing.
Jackie. Behind you.
Yeah, it's suspicious if the government gives anything out for free. No less
Yeah.
a,
This is not
a surgical implant with your personal information.
Weapons over here.
Free jabs.
Like,
What?
are people... Right.
That's
But yeah, the medical ones are most... Anything to do
that's
with
a deal.
medical or personal information are generally
I think I really heard something.
the most suspicious ones.
We could go this way.
Is this the way?
Oh no,
Do you know the way? I think this is the way.
there's no another way.
I feel like that metal detector's gonna go off when we go through. You know what I mean?
Not if I jump over it. Oh.
Yep.
Watch it. I hear a boomer.
Safe room's up ahead though, apparently.
Ammo here!
Whoa, don't shoot, it's me. Look out.
Chocolate.
So my question is when people get robbed, are they gonna cut your arm off? Just take your arm off?
Maybe. I mean, that's pretty extreme.
Hey, we know what druggies will do.
Maybe. I mean, if it's like a,
It would happen
It's like-
at least once. In
if
Portland.
it's like a credit card. Okay, yeah. Important one, yes. Probably kill somebody for a sandwich or something.
yeah.
But I would imagine if your arm got cut off, it's like a credit card. You kind of just be like, "Hey, my arm got cut off. Can you stop that credit card from being usable?"
True. But it would give, taking a limb off would give them a lot of time. Because your credit card
Probably
company is
die.
not exactly the first people you would call, now would it?
That is true. And if you die, then you can't call anybody, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Blood loss.
There would be a lot of steps first before canceling the credit card. They could probably do a lot.
But then you would get charged with murder instead of a theft. So
I guess so.
What the hell? Quit shooting me.
Still happen.
I don't know. Give and take, I guess. Kind of reminds me of that movie. Oh, what was it called? They have like currency on their arm. It's like time, like life. Or you know what I'm talking about?
No. I mean, if you're explaining it badly, then maybe.
So they have like 20 years on their arm, and then once they turn 18, the 20 years starts ticking down, and they use like time as currency. I mean, it's a pretty cool concept. The movie is kind of like mid.
That rings a bell.
But yeah, that just reminds me of that type of stuff. Where it's like once your time runs out, you just die. Oh, we're all. Wait. Oh,
Just a second. Someone turn the lights out on me.
I'll be right back too.
Dude, he's just staring at me. It's so scary. Just staring at me like that. Pretty sus. Pretty sus. No, I wanna do... really, I have to reload it first. Let's see. Does this have more bullets? No. No, it doesn't.
Hang on, let me fix you up.
Gonna heal him real quick.
Thanks. I owe you.
Hey man, no problem.
Gonna get some kills real quick. Oh, what? Come on, zombies. Where are ya? Maybe that'll get him to come up. Oh, there's one. Die, haha. Glad I got in. Sissy baka. Gotta check the chat real quick. Nope, nobody on the chat. I miss the internet. Well, I don't think I would. So, who wants to talk about the socio-political state of Brazil? Hmm? That was my impression of me at parties. I saw this kid's book today. It's called the Gay BCs. It was like a children's like board book. You know what I'm saying? Like a little square board book. And there was like frickin',
Ready?
you know, like be for bisexual.
Man, they really trashed this place.
Maybe I could just leave Francis out there.
Hi, Mark. Oh, hi, Mark. Oh, hi, Mark.
Thought that would alert some zombies up here, but it didn't. Oh, there we go. Fresh meat. Gonna hear a fat bastard down there. The gay BCs. I wonder what Z was in the gay BCs.
Big. Ice cream.
Fair enough. I'm just continuously alerting the horde and shooting them from the top.
Nice.
Hells yeah. But I give a link below. That's like a video of some Asian chick promoting the Switch or the chip in the arm, and it's so funny. Her like walking around, going to the grocery store, putting her arm on the keypad and all this stuff. Pretty hilarious.
Like, look at me, I can do so much stuff.
And at the
All I have
end,
to do-
she's like, "Don't worry, the surgery's quick, and I'll give you a cookie."
Uh-uh.
Yeah.
That's like
It's
stupid.
so funny. Just
The New York guy who's like, "I'll give you a burger if you get this jam."
right.
Free burger on the house.
It's just really, really stupid propaganda.
It's like, what are we, kids? Children?
Ready?
It's like,
Right.
at least the Russians had the common decency to just gun me down in the streets. Can you just like
Right.
just be upfront about it? You know what I'm saying?
I don't want a cookie. Kill me already.
Right. Can you just get it over with and not throw me in the woke encampments?
Yeah,
Please.
could I not get arrested for posting a meme? Thanks.
Are you ready for this?
I mean, yeah, at least they weren't pansies, right? They just did it, bro. Like, I don't know. All this like passive subservience is so gay to me.
No, I agree. I have to agree. Although, I would definitely like to warn our audience against this chip that will obviously be moved to other countries. I'm sure Canada will jump on this very soon.
No, obviously you want a phone and a credit card put into one into your arm, which you can't take off. Obviously.
Yeah, because tracking us through our phone, not bad enough. You have to make it worse. But not just because of government control and theft of limbs. But I would like to read a little passage. See, here on this channel, we recognize that when it comes to prophecies, the Bible is generally very accurate, considering it correctly predicted Jesus and pretty much every aspect of his life, even things that were completely out of his control. So considering that, we do recognize the ineffable nature of the end times prophecies. So I would like to read Revelation 13 for you guys. Not to scare you, but maybe as kind of like a warning. Anyway, this is from Revelation 13. It says, "The second beast was given power to give breath to the image of the first beast, so that the image could speak, and calls all who refuse to worship the image to be killed. It also forced all people, great and small, rich and poor, free and slave, to receive a mark on their right hands or on their foreheads, so that they could not buy or sell unless they had the mark, which is the name of the beast, or it's the number of its name." And I'm not saying that's what it is, of course, but
I mean, you know,
we must be prepared to see the signs. I mean, it's an electronic chip, right?
probably shouldn't be doing things that are discussed in the end times of the Bible. Like advocating for
Probably
it
not.
openly.
Like
I mean,
having a mark on your arm that has a number in it, that may or may not be the number of the beast.
Wait up.
Just a thought, you guys. So yeah, if you're especially if you're a Christian out there, don't be complacent.
yeah, because you're gonna be in a very hot place.
Oh man.
Because I know Christians are very good at being complacent
Yeah.
and just sort of shrugging things off. And
Yeah.
I get that they're
These are
trying to be nice and trying to be peacemakers, but
Reloading.
there are times where you just gotta be like, nah, man.
right. This is this is a hill to die on,
Yeah.
quite
it is.
literally. If you're gonna actually follow God and what he teaches. Like, lots of things you can comply with, but
Right.
this is kind of like
Be
cut and
obedient
dry.
to your government, but also
Don't accept implants into your right arm or your forehead.
yeah, don't accept the mark of the beast, please. And I mean, yeah, it does sound like it, just because like brain implants are definitely next,
Oh yeah, that's true.
undoubtedly.
You're right.
Yeah, I mean, revelation or no, I'm definitely against it. But in light of that,
Yeah, we have reasonable like tuition backing us. We have our natural rights argument, and then we also have biblical arguments. There's lots of
yeah, lots of
different
arguments.
lots of different ways to dispel and discourage this type of stuff.
Don't put electronic chips in your body, especially not ones that are free from the government.
So, I will say, if there's like, I don't know, what do you think about this? If there's like a guy who is who's deaf, and he gets like, you know, implants to help him hear, I mean, I would discern that would be different than, you know, like a brain implant type thing.
Oh yeah. I mean, people in Bible times still had rudimentary limb prosthesis.
Yeah.
So,
So,
that's
like, if it's
not what it's talking
if it's just
about.
helping your natural like body exist, then it should be fine, right?
Right. So yeah, to the best of your ability, keep your body the way God made it, as natural as possible.
Yeah.
And nobody needs a chip implant. Not to be healthy or anything. Because that was one of the talking points. That's part of the propaganda. Where they're like, well, they can bring up, you know, EMTs can bring up your medical information and save your life.
I mean,
Which is true, but you gotta remember that EMTs really don't do anything beyond keeping you stable and bringing you to a hospital or resuscitating you. You know, they're not doing emergency surgery. You're still gotta drive all the way to a hospital,
I'm stuck.
and be on a wait
There you go.
list for anything significantly to happen medically. And it doesn't.
What did they mean? What did they mean by pull up? Like, there's gonna be like holographic eyeball.
Well, they would be able to scan the chip and then
Oh, you
pull up
mean
the
like
information.
you mean like blood type, whatever?
Yeah, and any kind of medical history.
I mean, if you're concerned about that, why don't you just have that in your wallet?
Yeah, a lot of people do actually, and it would be faster than scanning a chip probably.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone has really like any serious conditions where they can't be resuscitated or stuff like that, they usually have a wristband or something to indicate.
Yeah, and wouldn't it be like very dangerous to do that? Because like let's say you had all your medical history on your arm, right? And you can scan it with some sort of scanning device that an EMT has. What's to say somebody who's, you know, knowledgeable on the, you know, like hacking or whatever, What's to say they don't like rub up against you and just steal all of your information off of your arm?
Right, right.
So,
Yeah,
oops.
medical
Oh, I got all your
information
medical
is-
information. Whoopsies.
Yeah, you don't want people to have that.
That's so accessible.
Ah, we know just the right dose. It'll kill him. Ha ha ha.
Ammo here.
I don't know. That's like
Yeah, it's sus. But like I said, nobody
Kind of a dumb point.
needs it. And in most cases, if you're like a normal, healthy person, it's not going to increase your chances of survival by any significant margin. Like, it's just not going to be worth it in the end.
yeah.
So yeah, none of their propaganda really holds up. I'm sure people would fall for it, certainly, but it doesn't hold up. And one of the funny quotes in the video, she's like, "Oh, I feel like a sci-fi character. It's so cool." And it's like, okay, but every sci-fi character that has something like that, it's like
It's dystopian.
yeah, it's horrifying. It's dystopian. Because like Blade Runner was my first thought when
Oh.
the chip was mentioned.
Oh dear God.
You know, and that's horrifying. That's nothing to work towards.
Does she go after me?
How you doing?
I'm fine.
Reloading!
Yeah, that was stupid to bring up. I was like, that doesn't make me feel better. That just points out why I shouldn't get it, if anything. I mean, there's lots of stuff we say, like with AI and stuff, where it's just like, haven't you seen the movies?
Yeah. How does this go again?
Wonder if this is more lost luggage than
Actually,
normal.
that.
Come on, girl.
Yeah, and I
Time
mean
to
that's
heal
why
up.
we make art, so that we can communicate humans can communicate to each other effectively. But that reminds me, did I tell you about the new police force in New York? I forget if we ever did that. I don't think we did.
First aid.
I don't think so.
Boomer!
So they're doing police robots.
These
And
robots.
just like I predicted, they're the dog things made by Boston Dynamics.
You know, hunt people down.
Yep. And for right now, they don't have weapons, obviously. But I think if the people of New York allow this, then there definitely will be in the future. No doubt. I have no doubt of that.
Oh my goodness. Oh. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it really depends for me. Like, I would say
Also,
if it's controlled by a human, I don't have as much issue with it.
well, they're not.
Okay, well, yeah. Because I saw some like practical uses of like mobile, like small robots type stuff, like bomb robots
Yeah, pretty much everyone has those now.
and like hostage mobile robots and like stuff like that. I could see, but if it's like AI driven or like coding,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's a police AI.
yeah,
It's not a good idea.
No, that's not a good idea at all.
And they act like they're not gonna get the crap beat out of them, which I think is hilarious. Which is why I think,
Robots won't be racist.
oh yeah, AI doesn't discriminate at all.
Definitely not.
And
Yeah, definitely not programmed to
You can-
have bias.
yeah,
Weapons over here.
and Yeah, that's why I think they're gonna add guns. Just because them getting just absolutely wrecked is gonna be such a huge problem. Like really early on. You know, like it's not gonna take much time for that to be a huge problem and a huge deal.
Oh, you mean like them just destroying the robots?
Yeah. So I think they're gonna try and do a fix grid or a quick fix and be like, oh well, they obviously need to be able to defend themselves.
Our robots have C4 strapped to them. If they die, then you're gonna die with them.
Yep.
It's just like a dead man's switch. Just
So, death robots coming to a New York City near you.
I mean, that'd be kind of funny.
I'm gonna run out of ammo.
I mean, it'd definitely get rid of all the criminals. So.
Yeah, and then some.
All the vandals will be shot.
Robot Wars.
And it won't be racist, right?
All right,
So-
here's the home stretch. That door is right there.
But yeah, I mean, our legal system is built on.
The accountability of human beings.
Yeah. So if you put like AI in control of dictating like human interaction
Help.
in law enforcement, then I don't see how that can be legal.
Leave me. Get in the door. Leave me.
There's the door. Oh, I see it. I'm in. Like, otherwise, if something happens, I would think that the person who created the AI would be accountable for, like, anything that happens.
Right.
Or else, what? No one's culpable? Like, how does it even work?
Right.
Maybe, like, the police department? I don't know.
And I think you could just look to. Are we just waiting for Bill to die?
Yep.
That is hilarious.
And it's pretty loud.
Don't save him.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, you have to look no further than RoboCop, right?
No.
Yeah.
Like, especially RoboCop 2, where they try and, like, the CCP are upset about the success of the RoboCop program, and they want to do their own thing so that they can have control. You know, they want to have their own RoboCop to control, one who isn't so hell-bent on upholding the law. And it basically just doesn't work because they don't have that human element that he has. They don't have that discernment or that conscience or anything. So I think this is going to be yet another thing that RoboCop successfully predicts.
Yeah.
Look!
It's disappointing, but there you are. As long as it doesn't
It's
turn
funny.
into frickin' Terminator.
Right. I mean, that's kind of hilarious how all those movies are, like, predicting the future.
Nobody listens. We don't listen.
Like, oh yeah, AI is going to take over the world. Why not? Why don't we put it in everyday life and keep going ahead without any...
And why doesn't it police
Legislation.
us? That's perfect.
Yeah, why doesn't it police us? Why did a plane just crash?
Drama.
It's terrifying.
Yeah.
Reloading.
Stop shooting me!
So you know how
Weapons here.
Utah did a thing where they made it so that you have to prove you're an adult to watch porn?
Utah? How does it even
Do
work?
you remember that?
I think
Well, it's just a law, so
all the websites are
yeah,
like
that all the websites
paywall
have
or
to,
not paywall, but
yeah, they have to abide by it. So you have
but how
to
did they get
put your ID in there?
what, like your driver's license?
Yeah.
Who's gonna do that?
Well, it's been like that for many months. We talked about it in one of our first episodes. No one's had much of a problem with it.
I would, but like, I would feel great shame, right? Because like, I don't know.
No, do people pay for porn? Make like
Actually,
accounts
yeah,
and
I guess-
stuff. They do not have as much shame as they should.
I guess in broad society, there's not much shame in like. Yeah, we do have OnlyFans. Not, never mind. I guess. I guess you're right. Personally, I'd be like, oh my gosh. I think that's a healthy amount of.
What are we waiting for? Like is there somewhere we're supposed to be going, or there's some kind of a mechanical sound? What is that? What's going on? Do you know?
We talked to a radio, but I don't.
I don't know what you said. I couldn't hear it.
Weapons over here. Heads up.
Oh, great.
Back up on your feet!
Dang it. Well, I killed her in the end. But anyway, Pornhub has decided to retaliate by saying, okay, well, then people in the state of Utah can't use the site. So there.
Oh no.
And they think it's gonna like hurt the economy and people are gonna be upset and it's like gonna have some kind of effect.
Wait, but
and,
wouldn't
and Utah's just like
doesn't Pornhub doesn't Pornhub like what? Oh,
Is it like what?
Doesn't Pornhub wouldn't Pornhub want adults only on their site? Or is it like a privacy concern maybe? I don't know. I don't know their position on this.
Well, it's more of that sweet transgender propaganda.
Oh, is it?
It affronts transgenders somehow.
So, yeah. Probably.
And I mean, Pornhub is pretty infamous for trafficking videos. So
Yeah, what will Utah population of Utah do without Pornhub?
I'm gonna
Just
look
can't
over here
imagine.
and see if there's somewhere we're supposed to be going.
I hear something going on. You were just supposed to stand here and wait for this thing to be
Maybe
done
Found
with
some
something.
stairs. Hope I
Oh,
don't
I
die
think
up
it's
here.
like filling up. I think the fuel is filling up.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, that's gotta be it.
Yeah, I'm confused. But yeah, it's funny. They thought that they had some kind of edge, and it was like barely reported on. No one cared. Especially knowing, it's especially funny if you know that Utah is mostly Mormon. Like, really? Like, that was gonna make some kind of a dent. It's funny. Oh, you're right. We were just waiting for this plane.
Is it the Mormons you talk about? Like the space Jesus and
Yep.
soaking?
Yep.
Those people are weird.
Yep.
Bill, what do you always do?
Bye, Bill.
Oh my.
So, Ukraine has been committing war crimes.
I'm shocked.
I know, shocked and appalled. The communist country committing war crimes? What is this?
No, the democratic
I thought they were
rights
perfect.
for all.
They could do no wrong. Man. It's so sad.
So, what are they? What are the war crimes?
So they're doing, they are using civilians as human shields in order to stir up propaganda. Basically,
Oh.
you know, you could put your artillery anywhere, but they are putting artillery near churches, schools, grocery stores, etc., so that there will be a civilian body count. And this is not an uncommon thing, of course.
That's so messed up.
It is really, really messed up, and it is common enough that, of course, it is a war crime.
All right, then, let's do it.
Right.
Because, yeah, they're just being incredibly seedy by making it happen so that they can have all their nice photos of families suffering and all that, even though that does not need to happen, by forcing the enemies to go to a certain area.
Who I think is there punishments for war crimes from somewhere?
Mm-hmm.
Who enforces that?
I think it would be like UN and other similar organizations.
Do you think the UN is gonna?
Oh yes, sorry. Oh gosh, what is it? The European Union, isn't that it? They're still members
Maybe.
of the European Union, aren't they? I believe that they are.
These woods look thicker and boomer. Nobody
Well, you
wander
think
off.
they would at least stop funding Ukraine if they saw war crimes like that? Like,
Well, the U.S. knows, but it's a proxy war. It's a moneymaker,
for
and the fact that they're staging bloodshed is proof of that. You know, like, there's no conspiracy theory going on
well, if
here.
there's
They're
if there's no
doing
one
that.
enforcing the war crimes, then there is no war crimes.
Right.
Yeah. It's
This way.
like murder. If no one is criminalizing murder, then what is murder?
Right.
It's like, oh, you murdered a guy. Oh, what are you gonna do about it?
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure they were part of the European Union. But I mean,
Home to you?
just from a moral standpoint, even if no one is
Careful, people.
like
There's a hunter nearby.
holding it against them, you could still look at that and be like, oh my gosh, we should not give money to Ukraine. Right?
I mean, yeah, but like,
Because you'd be like, they don't deserve it. Like, we're gonna give that funding so that more kids can die needlessly?
but like, no one's enforcing. What is it? I guess accountability. Or accountability for the crime. So it's not a crime.
Weapons here.
You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
I don't know about that. I mean, Alec Baldwin got away scot-free, and we all kind of agreed that that he's guilty of a crime.
But like, if you don't enforce it's not accountability. It's something else. Consequences for a crime. Then, I mean, what is the point of having it on the books? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It seems to be a pretty common thing this decade for some reason. Is people getting away with crime. It seems like there's a lot of things
Actually,
we're
yeah.
talking about where it's like, oh, the government did this and the English government did this. And next week, nothing comes of it. Oh, the Prime Minister lied to everyone. The treasurer was deliberately fear-mongering. Will there be consequences? No.
Yep. No consequences.
Getting pretty sick of that. Getting pretty sick of that. This
Ukraine, no consequences.
depoliced nonsense. Come on, guys. This is obstruction of
Outstanding.
justice over certain, I mean, there's always, we've always had things like that happen when it comes to political figures, but just the scale these days is so frustrating. It's just happening all the time. Like the whole Twitter files. Like they should arrest the whole FBI. Right? Right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Except
The
they're
FBI needs to arrest the FBI.
yeah, they need to arrest themselves, so it's therefore not going to happen. It's so annoying. I'm just very annoyed by that.
I mean, the criminal acts that they committed, they would be investigating to prosecute, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
So, do we need another FBI to...
An FBI to corral the FBI. Well,
I'm just, like, there's no checks and balances for these federal agencies.
yeah.
No one is checking them.
I mean, we talked about this a week or two ago, where it's just like, they do a lot of good, and they aren't inherently bad, but it's just too much power.
Right.
The 3-letter agencies just have too much power.
Reloading! There's a trap.
Oh, there is a lot of zombies. A lot of zombies.
Reloading.
How do you mark enemies?
Hmm?
How do you mark enemies?
I don't know.
The bots seem to do it a lot.
They do?
Mm-hmm.
Reloading.
Oh, you mean like yell out who they're shooting at?
I think so.
I think that's just like an automatic thing. Like sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. Because your character will do it. And it seems to be fairly random.
Hmm.
I could be wrong though. Fucking not.
Everyone wants reloaded. Okay.
Okay.
Ready?
It's not like there doesn't seem to be a list in the speech that I can like pull up.
Ain't gonna happen. Reloading.
It seems to think I need a chainsaw. Fair enough. Dude, they put the witch right in the walkway.
Take this.
Thanks. I owe you.
Oh, great.
What kind of place is this?
Gonna die. Oh, it's not good. It's not good.
Oh no, bro.
Reloading.
I have something to say about Ireland, but it's too hectic.
Reloading.
Dang acid.
Smoker, somewhere around here. Smoker, incoming.
I might need these.
See if there's something up here. See if there's some juicy items. There are no juicy items up here. This is lame.
It's
This
through
is so
this
lame.
tunnel.
Yeah.
Oh, lame.
So Ireland
Weapons here.
Ireland has gone full commie. They've passed a bill criminalizing the possession of hate speech on one's personal devices.
Watch out.
Possession of hate speech.
Charger.
And this,
What is it gonna like? You gonna? It sounds like a drug.
and it's possession. So it's like
With
It
intent to
literally-
distribute.
it literally like encourages people to rat on each other.
Incoming.
Oh, Jimmy, he's got those memes on his phone.
Get the dank memes.
His dank memes are a danger. Oh, great. I'm out of bullets.
Got a weapon here.
Guys?
What was I saying?
So it's hate speech.
Hate speech. And so you can see the actual like bill in the
I owe you.
in the links below, and they do not define what hate speech is. Like, it legally can be whatever they just say it is.
Really?
Yeah, just
Let's get up that ladder.
anyone negative, anything, you know. The politicians flirt something about, oh, you know, saying stuff that hurts marginalized communities. And so, yeah, it's just control.
Weapon over here.
It has nothing to do with so-and-so morals about saying things about sensitive people. Like, it's just a way of arresting whoever it is that you want to go to jail.
Well, they can just get over it. Like,
I mean, this should terrify people. Like, you should not live in Ireland now, officially. I'll say it right here. Don't live in Ireland.
Use a damn break. You did good.
that is.
I mean, it's not just like a freedom of speech thing. It's like, I mean, there's tons of freedoms that infringes on, because if you're doing anything they don't like, they go after you. It's just a freedom
They'll
of
seize your device.
existing. And of course, you know, the whole thing could be rigged. You could be framed for that so easily. And suddenly, for you, jail. You get jail. It's terrible. I can't believe it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know what to say, because it's like, this is... Is this Jaeden?
Is Jaeden?
Is this Jaeden?
Is Jaeden? I mean, I didn't know if I could be flabbergasted as much. Because, like, you always talk about Britain and how scuffed it is, and then now Ireland is like...
They never cease to surprise or amaze.
I think they're trying to one-up each other. That's what that
It's
is.
a contest.
Yeah.
See, they've got a
Oh,
contest
yeah?
with England as to who can be the most controlling, and a contest with Scotland to see who can produce the highest amount of cucked individuals. Who just love to be subjugated.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, Ireland is...
Like, that's so messed up.
I mean, I think Britain kind of has something like that, but not to that extent.
Yeah, they have a thing for
They're like thought police.
for police officers specifically. Like, if a police officer thinks that you're like trying to offend them or something. And of course, it's terrible because they can just make shit up.
But I mean, that's like offending, or I think I need to look at the definition of offensive, because that's like your interpretation of said thing,
Right.
not actually that act of said thing. Like, it's like having an eyewitness account of what happened, and then also having like DNA evidence. You know, which one are you gonna rely on?
Right. Yeah, and when it comes to words, it's just a matter of opinion, really.
Yeah.
It's why you can't criminalize words.
Right.
Unless you're like, you know, conspiring against your country or something. Or
Well, if you
conspiring to build a bomb, I don't know.
Francis!
You know
like,
what I
if
mean?
you form thoughts thoughts or sentences with the intention of something illegal, whatever, or inciting like physical violence on an individual specifically, then that is illegal, right? That's not freedom of speech. You're infringing on other people's rights to, not be killed and harassed and stuff like that. But that's already on the books in the US. Like that's like reasonable. It's not hate speech, it's just illegal, right?
Oh my gosh.
It's not a freedom. That's
think
like defined.
I might be going in a circle.
That's like defined, and it is also a very high bar in order to pass.
There's
It's very lenient on the
I wasn't going in a circle.
free speech.
Yay. Yeah.
But I mean, I don't really expect them to uphold actual free speech because they don't have it.
Good shot.
Right.
They don't have any constitutional backing. So it's like, they can do whatever they want, really.
Dude, the AI startled the witch for you. It's really playing like you.
Shredded everything it knows.
Hilarious.
Weapons over here.
I think they deserve to be subjugated and dominated, and
Yeah, it's disappointing, especially knowing like the history of
Thanks.
the Irish and how much they've fought for autonomy and freedom. Like in really recent history too. Like it wasn't until in the 60s that they were allowed to be called the Republic of Ireland.
Hey, there's weapons over here.
Even when they, had been trying and succeeding to operate that way for quite a long time. Like, even though they have,
You are an idiot.
they have a prime minister. They also have a president. I don't know how that works. Don't ask me. But they're trying, And then in the 80s, you have the Irish, or 80s and 90s, you have the Irish Troubles, and all this religion war trouble, and all this English war trouble. It was basically like a civil war that they're not allowed to call a civil war. Because England would never want to admit that. And that's all recent stuff.
now they have the woke mind virus.
They still... And so even after getting past all that, and getting into the early 2000s, they still have to suffer being yanked around by England. And now it's literally destroying the country. Having to live by certain British policy. Even though what they want is freedom and democracy.
What they did want.
And it's just so annoying that with all of that fighting, they never really got Ireland quite the way that they wanted it. And they only got like what, 20 years of peace before everything fell apart again, and this stuff happened. Like that's it.
Only 20 years.
Like it would suck to live in Ireland or have family in Ireland. You know, like they still have it better than a lot of countries. But, you know, they still had to live with that constant struggle that was just unjust. You know,
Surrounded.
they wanted democracy, and ironically, it was lack of democracy that kept them away from it. Dude, what the hell is going on? I am trying to talk.
So many zombies. There's just so many.
Oh my gosh. The music just keeps looping around.
Oh, hi, Mark. I know it's a lot of them.
Oh, it's because we're right in front of the safe room.
Guys, hurry!
Ugh.
Nice.
Like, man, if Ireland wasn't this little, like, tiny island, then I would have I would just encourage rebellion, you know, like just. I mean, unfortunately, they have no chance against the English military, but I'd just be like, you know, you want democracy, but the monarchy isn't letting you? Well, shoot the monarchy. That's the only way out of that situation.
Just be America.
Like, they're never, like, yeah, I know it sounds American, but honestly, it's just logical. Like, they're never gonna let you go. Right? There's no one who's just gonna have, like, a good heart and be like, oh, yes, Ireland, you do your thing. Even, like,
Let them be.
even relative, like, people you could consider relatively good would still look at the numbers, you know, how much, you could look at how much they rely on Ireland for taxation and stuff, and you would just go, no. Especially in England's current economic state. It just could never happen without a rebellion.
Check the barn for supplies.
And now with them being taken over by immigrants, it feels like an autonomous Ireland is just never going to happen. Like, it's over, right?
Game over, man.
Because they're not going to be the majority population. And there will be no Irish to have in Ireland. So, you know, call me all doom and gloom here, but I'm kind of looking at this legislation like, well, it's curtains for Ireland. They're now, they're now officially in the same boat as Scotland and England and Wales and the rest of them.
Yeah. They're kind of doomed.
So yeah, I implore any Irish, if you wanna live in a real republic, just move to America. It's right across the pond, and the job opportunities are significantly better.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want everyone to flee to the U.S. because we actually have a somewhat stable foundation when it comes to constitutional rights.
Well, yeah, but we can stand the Irish. We could take them.
The tracks are down there.
Dude.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I agree.
I mean, I guess if they have the right mindset about it, they can come over, but, like,
Chocolate?
I don't know.
I think
I don't
the
know why
Irish
they can't
do.
just, like,
The true Irish.
Reloading.
just, like, do something about it.
Well,
Like,
that's what
so
I'm saying.
not proactive, I don't know.
Rebel.
It's such a small area. Can't they just be like, we're fed up with this, and then go in and be like, I think we're gonna do what the U.S. is doing,
Rebel.
but with more alcohol.
I mean, we could annex them. Like we could.
State of Ireland.
Yep, the state of
Could
Ireland.
adopt them.
I mean, it doesn't even have to be a state. It could just be a U.S. territory like Puerto Rico.
I don't know what a U.S. territory is per se. Like, how does it work?
Reloading.
Don't ask me. I don't know, man.
Well, I know how a state works. I mean,
Right.
you know,
She's about to blow.
I don't know.
I assume it's a similar deal, but I don't really know.
I think Puerto Rico or whatever hates us, right?
Thanks a lot.
Not that I know of. But
I thought I
that
heard
would
that
be,
they like don't like us.
that would be really silly, since they are Americans.
Yeah.
Like that would be some silly nonsense.
State or whatever. We adopt them into the fold and be like, okay, you're under this constitution now. You elect your representatives.
Well, Lewis just died.
Pick your representatives, and you have your different counties.
Well, yeah, I mean,
And-
if they
This is
If
how
they
our
en-
law works.
if they enjoy the
No more hate
benefits-
speech.
If they enjoy the benefits of America, then they definitely don't have a right to be complaining.
Right. I mean, yeah.
Because that's what annoys
You know
me
what?
about American haters. Like, if you have your criticisms, that's fine. I mean, I do too. You know I do. But, like, you shouldn't be like, oh, gosh, America's the worst. I'm getting out of here. And then just stay. It's like, screw you.
No one.
Like, screw you.
I don't
Don't be
think-
like that.
I don't think anybody leaves the U.S. because it's
It's too
because
nice.
it's bad.
It's too... Yeah, right? It's too comfortable.
Oh, hello.
But there are definitely plenty of people who threaten to. And are just bitchy about it.
They're stupid.
And it's like, hey, how about you try, like, voting and being informed about stuff. And being active in your community. No, I'm not going to do that. I'll just listen to the propaganda. And vote in only particular elections. If I remember at all. Because I'm a lazy git. just annoys me.
I get it.
Like, say what you will. Free speech is yours, but if you're gonna exercise your free speech, then be a patriot, damn it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes sense.
You can't use your free speech to dunk on it, idiot.
Well, many people do, and it's very funny.
It is.
It's like you do realize you're espousing things
Oh, shoot. I accidentally fell down the stairs.
via free speech.
Up the stairs.
I just don't like. That's how we can
Out
criticize
there.
our elected officials and the president. You know what I mean?
Got a weapon.
Oh my gosh. It's so stupid.
There's a safe room across the bridge.
Oh my gosh.
Hey man, that's not. Knock it off, Zoe.
Everyone in here!
Oh.
What are you doing?
Outstanding.
I wanted to murder.
Murder.
Okay. Oh, we talked about the Hunter Biden thing, so we can scratch that off the list. Oh yeah. So this is the only pop culture news we have tonight, surprisingly. And actually, our second to last thing to talk about, slow news week.
Obama.
Obama. Dude, I love that video. Just the way he says it, I don't understand. Obama. It's
funny.
It's so passionate.
It's like this is his dad.
Obama, my son, Obama. God bless him. Anyway.
Look out!
So you probably heard about
Reloading.
the Black Superman movie that was announced before
Black
James
Superman.
Gunn took over.
I think so.
Yeah, it was being written by J.J. Abrams and a guy named, and I'm gonna mess up his name, Ta-Nehisi Coates,
Finally,
I
an
think.
outpost.
On purpose.
is how you said it. But anyway,
Oh, you bomb you want.
Hands up!
anyway, he's one of those people who's like super racist towards white people. You know what I'm saying? Like super like BLM, that type of silly propaganda.
Hold still, hold still.
Stop
I'm
trying to
gonna
piss
get you
off
back
the
on your
witch.
feet, Then we gotta move.
Wanted to light her on fire, but
Hey,
that didn't happen.
problem.
Oh, I got lit on fire. Damn it.
Which?
Oh, guess I'll die.
Stop! This is bad as hell. No shame, kid. I would have pissed myself too, but if we don't find you some first aid, you're not.
Anyway,
gonna survive
he's
another
that
day.
kind of guy.
Thanks.
Very
Don't
woke,
get
so
too used to it.
that was already a bad thing.
The honest to God.
But there's a book he wrote that's... I don't know what it's supposed to be about exactly. I kind of read the synopsis and didn't understand. But it's very racially charged. And what did he say? Exactly. I'm trying to think of like an exacting remark. Oh no!
I'm in danger.
I'm in danger.
Oh. I should have healed myself.
Anyway.
I'll drop to make it.
Since he has a hatred for like police and stuff, he says in the books, he's describing the first responders of 9/11. And man, I wish I could remember the word he used. But he basically calls them a menace. Is what he says. It's the firefighters and police officers who were first responders. And he says even the black ones. He said, oh, they were all the same in that moment.
What?
And it's
For trying to help out in a serious emergency?
yeah, it's absolutely nuts.
Trying to save people?
Yeah. It's crazy, dog. Yeah, I know. Like, how is this guy in the industry? How is he allowed to say stuff? How, like, like, that's what annoys me about the race cards so much. Is that people like him can like get away with that kind of nonsense and not get canceled. Like, that should be instant canceled. No more famous for you. You don't get to have a public voice.
Famous card revoked.
Right, you shut up forever now. Nobody wants to know what you have to say. You raging psycho.
Wait up, I'm healing.
But anyway, so that was one of the main reasons we were really excited when James Gunn took over, because we were like, oh, if we could have either James Gunn make a Superman movie or this guy, we would rather have James Gunn. Even though he, has stated repeatedly for some reason that he's not. We should go upstairs. That he's not, particularly impassioned about it.
Mm-hmm.
But it was like, okay, we'd still rather have him over this guy. Like, my goodness. Like, what in the world? Anyway.
Sounds like a pretty horrible human being.
James Gunn has said that it could still happen. And it could be like an Elseworlds thing, like Joker or the Batman.
Elseworld?
Yeah, that's what he's calling anything that is still making money, so they have to keep going with. Warner Bros. Is making him go with, but is not part of his, main storyline. So, everything's going to be labeled DC Elseworlds from now on. We'll see it with the Joker 2 and Batman 2.
Or in a different term, just a normal movie, standalone movie that was made back in the day.
So yeah, that's pretty bad news because nobody wants that movie to exist.
Reloading.
Because he was talking about the movie and he was like, oh well, him being a Kryptonian is going to be a parallel. parallel for racism and all this stuff. I was like, well, this sounds horrible, and you don't give a shit about Superman. So the idea that Warner Bros. Might still fund this is just absolutely horrible. I'm also annoyed with I'm very annoyed with how casual James Gunn is about multiple movies coming out of the same heroes. You know, like he wants his Batman and the Batman to exist at the same time.
Like, same year, or just like in the portfolio of DC? Movie, whatever. Warner Bros.
In the portfolio.
Whoever holds it.
Because remember, his Superman, which is going to be, you know, not counting Flash, is going to be the new movie or the first movie of the Reset timeline, is going to come out the same year as the Batman 2. So it's going to be really confusing for normies, which, as I hate to say it, is the majority of your audience.
It's like,
because Batman movies make big money.
Well, Batman is this guy, but he's actually this other guy.
Exactly.
But I don't understand why can't they just incorporate the Batman into the, like, overarching multiverse or whatever they're called, universe.
Because James Gunn wants to do his own thing. It's
well, he's dumb and needs to die.
He's just an artist being an artist.
But like, if a movie is doing semi-decent and has like decent reviews, don't you want to just like incorporate said character? I just don't understand these people.
Right. Well, I mean, the Batman did.
Oh, let's make two characters. Oh, let's make the same character, but a different character.
I mean, the Batman did more than moderately well.
I'm just saying,
It made
like,
700 million.
I'm talking about like generally speaking.
Dude, why are we fighting in here?
Can
we go fight out in the open? This is annoying. I don't like this.
I'm talking generalities, but Batman did pretty well. What I'm saying, for like even an average DC movie that came out in his quote unquote Elseworld or Elseworld or whatever. So why not just use that character in your grand plan thing?
Dude, I don't know, because like from my perspective, he should like creatively be capable of incorporating it, right?
Right.
I'm down.
Oh shoot!
Like,
I'm gonna get.
That's what Marvel did.
Well, that was.
The truck's here, let's go.
That was all planned, though. That's kind of different.
I mean, yeah, but it was always in the background. Like, it wasn't. Like, they made good, decent, standalone superhero movies that then could be incorporated into a bigger narrative. But, James Gunn is like working in reverse again, just like the Justice League. And it's the definition of insanity, man. Oh, we all died.
Well, I mean, the problem is he shouldn't be trying to build anything. Like DC, like the reason Justice League nonsense happened is because DC was so desperate to have their own equivalent of the MCU, and they rushed the whole thing and didn't work up to it. And it's the same thing with this, because you need to like do a few standalone movies and see how those work, and then maybe try and build up. Like,
yeah,
like
but his
Marvel-
mentality is, okay, well, we'll do the standalone movies, but they're not actually gonna be incorporated into any larger narrative. It's like, dude, what are you saying?
It's silly.
My brain,
It's just,
my brain.
you know, like Marvel didn't jump into any kind of universe, you know. They saw how Iron Man went, Hulk went, and then they were like, okay, now we can do Thor and Captain America and see how those do.
And be like, ah, they did pretty well.
And then then they were like, okay, now we get to, everybody gets to come together.
You Avengers assemble.
Right.
Whose side are you on, kid?
I just don't
DC's annoying
understand.
because they're still trying to jump the gun, no pun intended. They're still being stupid. Warner Bros. Is just determined to
Oh,
annoy
they
me.
deserve to fail and lose all their money.
I mean, yeah. If you act like that, you do kind of divert.
Reloading!
Okay, you can do this without startling the witch. Let's just
No.
go on past. Yeah, you can do it.
Hold up, that witch is getting ready to pounce.
Told you.
Oh, good job, Francis, idiot.
Watch out!
Oh, great. Dude, did you throw that?
Reloading!
Dude, what the heck is wrong with you? The witch was already dead, man.
No. Chocolate? I should reskin that guy to be the the big fish guy.
Oh, yeah.
So it just matches.
That would be so epic. Oh my gosh.
There's got to be a skin for that.
Stupid NPCs are so far behind. Or not. I guess they're not technically NPCs.
I hate this cornfield so much.
Come on, kid, shake it off. Let's get moving.
Incoming.
Don't get too used to it.
Yeah, but I think it's also dumb because
Reloading.
it doesn't really tell your audience that you have much confidence in the product. Because it's like, okay, James, did you not like the Batman? Did you not think that was good enough?
Hello.
I mean, he says he wants comic accurate stuff, but it's the most comic accurate Batman movie we've had, so...
Ammo here! Cover me, gonna heal!
It's like, what do you really want? What are you gonna do with it? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't inspire confidence.
We're ready, soldier.
All right, let's try and stay upstairs this time.
I mean, you think The Dark Knight was
Okay, people,
Comic.
this is it. It's almost
No.
over.
accurate?
No, it's great. It's a very interesting version of Batman, but it is not comic accurate, unfortunately.
Like none of the multiverses of Batman's.
No, not really. I think it's great though. It's definitely a new and interesting version. To be sure.
That's really the only Batman I know, so it's like kind of
Yeah, I was hoping on the podcast to work through those, but I have not had the time. Because we watched the 80s one that kind of reinvented Batman as brooding. And then we watched the 60s one, which was a lot of fun. It's a great one.
Molotov over here.
Oh no, you fail. Where are you going? I can't help you.
King attack.
I see.
Where do we go?
But yeah, I thought the Batman would be a lot better if
Over here.
expanded on. So I thought it's kind of like a perfect fit. Because usually Batman movies focus on
Investigation.
like one or
intrigue.
one or
mystery.
two villains,
Villains. Yeah.
and in the Batman they kind of have it set up for the possibility of variety. You know, it was all interconnected like it was supposed to be. You had Catwoman, Riddler, Penguin, Carmine Falcone, Salvatore Maroni. And I thought that was cool because that's how it always is in like the comics and in like the Arkham games.
Thanks. Eileen.
And I think I've said it before, but the Arkham games to me are like the height of media.
Watch out!
The height of portrayal, or too many zombies. I think they're the best portrayals of the characters. Dang, we're gonna die again.
I got you.
Francis, let's go. Get up.
It sort of possesses that perfect balance between the serious and the silly. And the villains are always like working together and stuff like they're supposed to.
Yeah.
Too old for this horseshit.
What the car?
And it makes. Oh no!
Firmly grasp it.
I'm getting mauled.
Oh, that's not good. Need ammo.
The truck's here, let's go!
What the heck?
Dude, I can't believe we got everyone. But anyway, the Batman isn't as silly as I would like it to be. But I thought it balanced it a lot better than most Batman content. So I thought if upon expansion, it could do, like a sequel could be significantly better, I think. So it seems weird that they're like, you know what? That shouldn't be part of the cinematic universe. We don't need that. That just seems silly to me. And James Gunn should know better, honestly.
Yeah, I don't understand these people in Hollywood, man. So
They're the worst.
head hitting the wall.
They're so stupid. They're so stupid. It's not rocket science.
Existing character, branch off from existing character. What?
No, ridiculous. We've got, what, 75 years worth of Batman comic lore? Forget about it.
Forget about it. I'm gonna do my own thing.
Yeah, we don't need that.
I'm gonna have 5 Batmans that are hot garbage.
Yeah, 5 Batmans running all at the same time. They'll all be bad.
We'll have a Hispanic Batman. We'll have a gay Batman.
Well, I'm almost afraid that, like, I know the Batman made money, but I'm almost afraid that DC is gonna snub it.
Reload.
You know, like, maybe one of the major reasons they're doing it is because, like, it's already in production and they've got the contracts and everything. And it would be more expensive to, like, I'm saying I would be really annoyed if it wasn't like a full trilogy. That would annoy me. We don't want it to get Amazing Spider-Man 2'd. If you know what I mean. Dang it, did we come up here for nothing?
Down here. I'm on this here ledge.
Let's try upstairs.
What the heck? I thought this was...
Hey, I need some help over here.
Dang it.
Oh shit! Look at you.
There's a bridge, man.
I was just going through the shrubs and I fell.
So,
I got ratio. So hard. How many more news articles?
we got one more.
Boobity boops.
Just one more. One more little article.
Okay. Oh.
Hey, I'm reloading.
Reloading.
Oh my goodness, dude. Did you just catch yourself on fire?
Smoker.
Maybe.
Right through here. Adrenaline shot here.
So, Ron DeSantis has signed what we talked about last week that makes child rapists eligible for capital punishment.
Yeah, maybe. Friendly force. What's
Or
all
death.
about? So it's a law now?
Reloading.
Yes, sirree, Bob.
We can go. All the
So
LGBTQ people are frustrated and angry about it.
Oh, of course, as we start talking about this, the horde comes. Oh,
Is that what you were talking about? That a lot of people are tweeting about like how this is gonna affect gay people.
yeah. They're really outing themselves. It's hilarious.
It's very funny. Oh no, all the LGBTQ people are gonna be affected by this pedophile bill.
It's like, oh, really now? Anyway, the minimum sentence that they can receive is life in prison without parole.
That's the minimum.
Yep, that's the minimum.
Hey, we got a safer bed.
That's awesome.
It is.
Chet was here. Remember?
Did you mean to run past
Jaeden.
the safe room?
Jaeden,
What?
come here.
What?
Come here. Remember? Chet was here.
He sure was. He looks dead. Anyway, there's also in the bills, there's additional penalties for fentanyl and other drug crimes. Like just harsher penalties. And they also did this, I don't know how this works legally, but there's a section that protects Florida from future bail reform. Like how cashless bail is, you know, absolutely destroying cities all over the U.S. That can now not happen in Florida. Can't do it.
How does... Oh, wait.
I don't know how it works, don't ask me. I don't know!
I'm a little confused, but I mean, that's good.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I could actually bring up the exact document if you would. Or not the document, but like the official statement, I should
documents.
say. Maybe that explains it a little better. I think it explains
The
what the
document.
penalties are. Here, come back in the safe room for a second. Let me look at it. I'll get that up. I need to check the chat anyway. See if anyone's being sarcastic. Nope. Okay.
Nice.
Let's
Nice.
see. Okay.
Nice.
Protects Floridians from disastrous bail reform policies. Petitions the Florida Supreme Court to establish a uniform bond schedule that all state courts must follow. Limits who... Oh, I see. Limits who is eligible for release prior to first appearance and ensures a judge is the ultimate decision maker when it comes to detention. Requires a detention hearing be held prior to a trial for dangerous crimes. Very nice, very nice. Ensures the minimum sentence for all child rapists is life in prison without the possibility of parole, and advances reforms to reinstate capital punishment for these crimes. Makes it a first-degree felony to possess, sell, or manufacture fentanyl and other controlled substances that resemble candy. Makes those who traffic these substances which target children eligible for a life sentence, and imposes a minimum 25-year sentence and a $1 million penalty.
Oh my.
Whew. It's like the exact opposite of what New York and Portland and Philadelphia have been doing about drugs.
I mean, yeah, pretty much.
Like, it's the exact opposite.
It's kind of funny.
It's pretty badass. But yep, I I mean, this is what I love about DeSantis. Not only because he's like a Republican that actually gets stuff done, but just the speed in which he does it. Like, usually we have to wait forever for this kind of crap. And we either don't hear about it because it didn't get through, or like we hear about it months later that it finally passed or whatever. But it seems like every time we talk about like Florida or Tennessee or something like that, it's like shit actually gets done. And it's fabulous.
Need more of it. Oh.
I would definitely like him to be president someday.
Yeah.
Maybe not the next president, but
I think after Trump.
yep. Because yeah, he would be stupid to run because Trump is gonna win.
Yeah.
Like love him or hate him, you can just see logically. You can agree that you can look at that and see, okay, he's not gonna lose.
No, he's definitely gonna be the candidate? Yes, yeah. I guess that's what you call it. The Republican candidate. How did you...
We all get hit by the rock.
I just... A mail! I mean, I still hope they like debate and like answer questions and stuff, but
I think they will. I mean, so far we haven't had any news to the contrary. Plus, it'll make them look better.
yeah, it'll strengthen their voter
Unlike some people we know.
opinion.
Hey, ammo here. Hold up. Healing. She probably saved this for me.
Because yeah, he's not gonna beat Biden, or I mean, he's not gonna get beat by Biden and Harris. That wasn't a news thing I was planning to say, but Kamala Harris finally announced today that she is running with him again.
For vice president?
Yeah. I know, right? Dude,
No one likes her. Like, no one. You are literally a diversity hire. Like,
yeah,
can
no
you just...
one likes Kamala. No one likes Biden. He's got the lowest approval rating of any president. And they're like, oh yeah, these are going to be strong candidates who could beat Trump.
Literally a diversity hire.
Like they're
You
so
have, like, no practical skill.
they're so desperate to have candidates that they can easily control that they're propping up these morons that nobody's going to vote for. Like, you guys are going to lose.
I mean,
Voter mail
that's
fraud
great,
aside.
but
Yeah, it's good for us, but it's like, gosh.
Here they come.
You enjoy shooting cars, don't you?
maybe. Perhaps. Where's the thing?
Ninja sword here. Grabbing a sword. Reloading.
Yeah. It's good for us, but it's just
Don't worry. I'm not done yet.
a head shaker,
wipe
a
that
head
shit off.
scratcher,
Reloading.
just all kinds of dumb and embarrassing. Is that the way we're supposed to be
Where'd it
going?
go?
Do you know where we're going, Micah?
No.
Maybe we're supposed to jump over the fence.
Weapons over here.
Let's beat all. I'm about to die.
Well, I'm gonna jump over the fence, see what happens.
Oh. Guess so.
Yeah, I think the DNC is so dumb.
We can get down here.
Not doing debates and then propping up the duo of Biden and Harris. Like, fantastic. Congratulations.
They're like sabotaging.
Yeah, it's like self-sabotage. It's like they don't even realize.
Reloading.
Like, no self-awareness at all.
You seriously screwed up.
Where are you going?
Reloading.
Oh yeah, you know how we talked about that one time about Biden making a legion of TikToker propagandists who even who even get their own like briefing room and everything. They've been getting outed already. Like
They're the glowies.
There was one guy who made a splash
working for the feds.
because they tried to pretend that that wasn't the case. Like they tried to hide the fact that they were paying in, and that's what was going on. Even though I feel that they should, you know, legally have to be transparent about that sort of thing.
Yeah, you would think that. I mean, it's just like being sponsored by a company. You have to disclose that. Like, I thought that would apply for government stuff too. No?
Yeah. Hoped.
So he wasn't telling people, and they were like, he's working for the FBI.
Yeah, they're like, oh, he's working for government, and then there was this. That was where it came in, because everyone, you know, on TikTok was crying, no, he isn't. You guys
no, it's not true.
Unfair. He's cool. You should heal yourself before we do this. Or not.
All right, Alice. Come on now. Get yourself right.
Wow. Gates open.
And now we have the always great.
Oh!
Safe.
What the heck?
Where's the safe room? In the
It's in
tunnel,
the tunnel.
I guess?
Gosh, so many of them.
Oh, he was in that side area.
Pass it. Oh, don't go. Stop, stop. No. Oh my gosh. Did you just like... Oh my goodness.
Dude,
He tackled you and you just flew off the cliff.
I just got tackled off the edge. That was insane.
Dear
but
Lord.
I'm glad these guys are getting outed. They're getting paid a shit ton, though. The guys paid like $600,000 up front or something like that.
Oh my gosh.
So they're getting paid almost like $1 million.
And what is their
in
like
all.
job description? Just tell everyone that Joe Biden's okay.
Pretty much. it's just Democrat propaganda is all it is.
You know you're doing a bad job when you have to give $500,000 to influencers to push your image, and make you look good.
It's pretty pathetic. And it's kind of interesting. Oh, don't back up. Oh shit.
Oh. Oh, did we all die? No. Dude.
Dang, that safe house is really far away, huh?
Yeah, apparently.
But yeah, it was interesting reading all the comments about it, because some people were saying that in order to win, like, the Republicans need to do the same thing. And I have mixed feelings about that, because on one side thing, you know, you fight fire with fire, but on the other hand, it's like, ugh.
But
do you really
don't
want to
need to, because our ideas are just
low?
better.
That doesn't matter. I mean, we saw.
I mean, it does matter. There's so many. There's so many popular conservative and right-wing people that are freely and genuinely, might I add, pushing, you know, good conservative values and to vote a certain way.
Not enough. I mean,
maybe not on TikTok.
We can see how easily the TikTok generation is swayed. I mean, the whole pandemic happened. They got everyone under their thumb. There's still so many people they get under their thumb.
I don't know, man.
I think I mean, for right now, things look pretty good because, you know, they're getting outed right now. But I think if there's a bunch that don't, it could be pretty dangerous. Because TikTok propaganda is fairly effective. We've seen that. It has a pretty disappointingly profound effect.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so, but I don't know.
I just can't decide if we should stoop that low or not.
I mean, TikTok's average age is like, what, 14?
Yeah. It's still future voters, though. It's still indoctrination.
Yeah, but I mean, they're gonna see all the reprehensible stuff that Joe Biden has done, so...
No, they don't.
Oh, they will. I mean, they already do, kind of, but... The repercussions of what has happened will... emanate? Or escalate? Or propagate? Something like that. For the next couple of years. And they'll be like, wow, that was terrible. And then Trump would come in office and then be like, wow, this is so much better. I can actually get a job and my gas prices are down and I'm not getting taxed out the wazoo. And there's not a bunch of gay stuff going on.
I hope you're right.
I think the next generation might be.
But I also don't want to, like, underestimate their level of stupidity.
But, I mean... External influences really do imprint themselves on, you know, young people, so...
Yep.
If they see the detriment that's going on, or the destruction...
If they see.
You know?
I mean, to them it's all justified, you know, everything with the BLM riots and all the... I mean, even the trans shooting, you know, like that shooting in Tennessee should have been a huge story. And everybody was trying to be a sympathizer.
Yeah, but
So
that
forgive
was,
me if I don't have a lot of faith.
That was more like mainstream media and Twitter. I don't know if the average. I feel like the average person is probably a little bit more wiser.
Well, yeah,
With the
no, I
shootings
agree
and stuff.
the average person is, but these teenagers on
These
TikTok are
psychos.
not the average. The indoctrinated college
Yeah.
students are not the average person. And we don't want them to become like a prominent percentage of voters. Because
Yeah.
that's what happened to us locally. Did you know that? We had the biggest turnout of voters between 18 and 30. Which on one side of thing is good, because, you know, it's nice to see the youngins caring about something. But at the same time, it's kind of scary, because it's like, oh, you know, they were doing it because of all the voting
Yeah.
TikTok propaganda that was like a huge deal at the time.
Hey, I'm reloading.
Yeah, that is true.
It's like,
But I mean, they vote for the first time, and then they see the result of that. Like, what's the result of that? You know what I mean?
if
I mean, no, they voted. Like you said, the younger people voted. They turned out to Virginia,
yeah,
and they will see the fruits of their voting.
maybe.
I mean,
I mean, they deny everything, and they have like a million justifications for ridiculous things. So I mean, like I said, I hope you're right, but I'm just like thinking about everything that's happened. Like, I don't know if I would
makes
ever give them
everybody
that.
more conservative over time.
That's true.
So,
But by that logic, then you would never need to
I hear a smoker.
convince anyone of
No.
anything.
well, I'm saying the tendency is they vote, they experience the country under said voting regime, and which I'm saying this regime is like very bad comparatively to Trump's presidency. So they have a good way to measure like how much better Trump was. But I mean, you know,
I mean, I guess
these are like general trends. They're not, you know, hard
I mean,
facts.
yeah. I mean, it depends on how fast he can clean up.
I hear a charger.
Because I mean, his
Yeah.
first term was great, but it was not enough.
I know, but then you have such a contrast with Joe Biden's all of his stuff.
I mean, I hope so.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm optimistic, but I mean, I know that those people are retarded, so we'll see what happens.
Go upstairs.
Pretty sure.
Can't really count on people to be reasonable and wise about their decisions most of the time. So,
Yeah, no, not really.
but there is evidence to what I'm optimistic about. But
No, there is. Yeah.
Chainsaw here.
but the propaganda stuff is pretty
Man, if I lose my hand, I'm gonna
Don't
stick
shoot
this
that
thing
it's pretty
out.
dangerous.
Yeah,
Well, I
it's
mean-
nothing to sniff at.
I don't think the Republicans should do that because it just takes away your like genuine, like, oh, our ideas aren't good enough, so we have to stoop to hiring a bunch of
Right,
people.
like I
to-
said, on one side I see the argument, and on the other side I don't know if we should really be
Weapons over here.
stooping that low. It just feels...
Right, it's just disingenuous to your beliefs, I guess, or your political leanings.
Yeah, we don't want to use the thing that we want banned. That would be poor.
Yeah, that too.
No matter what Tim Pool might say.
He's a
TikTok user!
interesting fellow.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, in the grand scheme of things, I think he's doing a pretty good job, but he is a liberal, so.
I just wish he'd be less of an asshole, you know what I'm saying?
Well, he's like Ben Shapiro, he can't
Right.
help it. It's just that type of personality.
Autistic.
Yeah, very autistic and doesn't really care too much about feelings, which is good in most instances, but not all.
Oh, great, we're about to fight the Horde, and I ran out of bullets.
That's nice.
Perfect timing. Butt shot.
Yeah, I mean, if you really believe in your like political leanings, then you shouldn't be propagandizing. You should just be telling people about it,
Right.
and then like having confidence that people will be swayed enough to then push it themselves. You know,
Yeah, I don't want to
that's
have to rely on propaganda.
it's like it's just showing your hand that you actually don't believe in what you say, or you're not confident that it's actually practical.
Right.
Uh,
I believe.
I am. Say I'm like socially conservative, but legally more libertarian. But I understand constitutional representative republic with more rules than libertarians would like.
Run!
Libertarian leaning, but more conservative socially than socially and legally, I guess.
Yep.
I've gone away from libertarianism because it's a utopian ideology that can't be acted out in any kind of real capacity, nor should it, because it ends up being the other side of the coin of the collective communist
Right.
utopia.
My game
Right.
crashed.
Oh
I'll
dang!
join back in a second.
Because the communist utopia is no one's an individual, no one has individual privacy rights, and everyone shares everything. And then libertarianism is like, there is no community, there is no family, there's only you and what you want to do and decide to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's literally the other side of the coin. And I don't think that's feasible, practical, biblically backed way we should live our lives. I think there's a place for community and there's a place for individuality. And
Yeah.
I think the Constitution kind of conveys a lot of the proper legal actions that we have as individuals, but also the Bible has a lot to say on community, like treating community and fellow man and family units and all that stuff. So
Yeah.
I'm not a libertarian anymore.
That makes sense.
Yeah. I think that just comes with age.
Yeah, I mean that
That's
was
what everyone goes concerned.
my thoughts too, because I always liked the idea of more freedom, less government control, and I still do, but
Well, you see what people do with so much freedom.
Yeah, some of that is just wishful thinking. I still see the value of the law.
Yeah.
Order.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Michael knows a lot more on a lot of issues. He's pretty based. He's just like strictly conservative when it comes to all this political lawmaking and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, that's pretty fair.
Yeah. I like the impish smile he has when he says stuff.
I know,
He always does that. I think it's funny.
He's got a weird face. Very strange man. Looking man.
Hey, speaking of which, what do you think of this, what's his face? This David Crowder business.
David Crowder? Or Stevie Crowder?
Steven Crowder, sorry. I'm thinking of the singer.
Oh.
Steven Crowder.
What about him?
You know, the, that security footage from his house got leaked.
Oh, really?
And it shows him abusing his wife.
Reloading.
Okay.
Ammo here.
I say leaked,
That
but
was
I'm pretty
interesting.
sure that was intentional. Probably by his wife, I would hazard to guess.
Yeah, I know he was getting a divorce. But that was the first time I heard about it. I don't know. I'd have to see it.
Yeah,
be honest.
it's kind of funny that way because it is obvious. It's edited, of course. It's only one section of their conversation. And yeah, he is being a dick, but we don't know if we didn't see the start of the conversation, so we don't know if she did anything to, I don't know, earn that. I mean, no matter what, he shouldn't be a dick, but like, I don't want to judge him. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to be quick to say how I feel about that. And I mean, the court will decide.
Yeah, pretty much. But I mean, marriage problems are ugly on both sides. Like,
True.
I know, like our culture wants to put every issue and abuse and malpractice or whatever on the man. But there's always a flip side on the women, and I'm not saying that. Again, I would have to see the footage, but like no physical abuse should be tolerated.
Yep.
But like practically speaking, like I mean, the chance of you guys like not hitting each other every now and again, you know what I'm saying? Like it's just.
Oh my gosh, my God.
I'm just saying, like the woman in the man, right? No. Like, am I wrong? Like, should every? I'm not talking like. I'm not talking like full out assault. I'm just talking
For
like,
me,
you know.
I don't, like, personally, I don't think so. But I think generally, knowing people, yeah, you're right. Because that's just one of those monkey brain things.
Right.
Monkey brain,
I mean,
frustrated, monkey brain hit things.
yeah, pretty much. Like logically, yes, you shouldn't beat each other up. But like, men settle their differences sometimes by beating each other up. So I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but yeah. So, don't do that.
Dude, he
General
almost took
rule.
you off the edge.
No.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Grabbing some frag rounds.
an interesting situation because, like, yeah, I'm not gonna say he is guilty, but I will say that it doesn't look good for him because he has been, you know, notoriously difficult to work with, notoriously controlling, that kind of thing. I'm not gonna say he's guilty of abuse. You know, I watched the whole clip and I'm still not 100% sure.
Keep a lookout.
But it definitely doesn't look good for him, which is disappointing, obviously.
Yeah. He has issues like all of us. I mean, he is only human. He's not a god-like entity that has no faults.
But yeah, but most of us don't have problems like that. I think it was on the, wasn't it just last week where I was like, oh honey, not all of us make mistakes that big. With the, with like the sexual promiscuousness of that one lady. So I'm not saying he beat his wife, but if he did, I'll say
totally justified.
oh honey,
she deserved it.
not all of us make mistakes that big.
Reloading.
I'm not bragging, I'm just saying, you know.
Well, I mean,
Some people just, I don't know, man.
I don't really know, because like, if I had a wife for 5 to 10 years, you know, I'd probably have a better perspective on these things.
Obviously.
We can get down here.
So yeah, we'll see. Maybe we'll look back on this and...
I know how
But I
wordy and manipulative women can be, and like how passive aggressive they can be,
oh jeez, yeah, I know.
and then pretend like there's
know
no
that pretty well.
consequences. So it's like,
True enough.
I don't know. It's just really difficult, especially for a man, because you can't
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna
like
I'm not
settle your
gonna
differences like a man.
judge
you know?
him, but theoretically,
Yeah,
I
on
don't-
paper,
I don't think
don't beat
that
your
I
wife.
would- I don't think that
I know you shot me.
I mean, I never even been in a fight before, so I'm not sure how violent or non-violent I am, really.
I've never been in like a full-blown fight, but I've like
I mean, I've been in
fought
plenty
my
of
siblings.
scary situations,
know.
but I've never, thankfully, never gotten to that kind of point.
I've like wrestled my sibling and crushed him. Stuff
I
like
had an
that,
autistic friend that I used to wrestle.
but, yeah.
He would sit on you. It's not very fun.
I mean, that's how you kind of learn certain things. Like Jordan Peterson talked about, like the benefits of rough play and stuff like that. Like that made so much sense.
Yep.
Look out!
But I mean, women, you can't do that
Charger!
because they're so fragile and emotional.
I'm reloading.
Well,
And then you'll get
well,
called
yeah, I
out
mean,
because
if
you're
you've
hitting
never,
a woman.
If you've never hit a woman before, and you don't know your own strength regarding women, you don't want to accidentally cause hospital problems.
Put a hole in them.
Like, that would be terrible.
Yeah. No. Yeah, certain stuff like
But
that.
most
like,
importantly, you should not resort to violence.
No, I mean, if it's like a male friend, I'm not putting that off the table. But
They're not checking for survivors.
for female.
I can't believe you've done
No.
this. Do you have male friends you think you would come to blows with?
I mean, I think it's healthy. Sometimes you need to settle differences with your physical strength. Like, and that doesn't mean killing somebody else. That just means, you fight it out, and then afterwards you're like, man, you were right, or man, just admit that you're wrong, something like that.
I don't think I would hit
Like
it.
men need to do that. Average men.
Okay, average men.
Yeah.
We're just normal
So
men.
I wouldn't put a fight off the table for any of my male friends, no. And that's including you.
Oh my gosh, dude, that'd be weird. It
I'll
would
put
be
you in a
like,
headlock.
we'd
Probably
be-
not
we'd be so
Jensen. He'd probably shoot me.
We'd be so inexperienced, though. It would be like two autistic kids slapping each other.
Stop it.
No, you stop it. But yeah, Jensen would probably break it.
Weapons.
Yeah.
I don't think either of us could fight him.
I mean, maybe together.
Yeah,
we could fight.
dude, wouldn't that be interesting? We're fighting each other, and we just turn on him. It's
Get in here, just.
it's character building, common enemy.
You're part of this now. Yeah.
Oh man, that would be wild.
Healing.
Reloading.
You know, it is funny that we bring up like theoretically being in a fight when you've never been in one, and like how violent or non-violent you would be. Because that's what I tell Jonathan. Because he's like all pacifist. Wouldn't hit anybody until it was the very last thing. But at the same time, like, first of all, no one can know exactly how they would react in that situation
Yeah.
if you haven't. And then second of all, I've seen how competitive he can be. Like, that might not necessarily be his prerogative when all is said and done, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think personalities have to do. So personality and then sex has to do with how you interact with each other, and so
Well, yeah, I mean,
temperaments.
if you've got dramatically different hormones, then you're gonna have a different initial reaction to things that you have to react quickly to.
Yeah. So I would say you, me, Jonathan, and yeah, probably us three are very temperamentally averse to physical altercations. We'd rather solve everything via direct communication. But I know for a fact that it's healthy for men, even ones with dark temperaments, to acknowledge and practice and flex those muscles of physicality, because you have to interact with other hostile external forces that will force you into those physical altercations. So it's best to do it on a friendly playing field first and solve solutions sometimes that way, if that makes sense.
We should go back to hitting each other with swords.
Yeah, we'll have a duel, good old-fashioned duel.
Good old-fashioned duel.
But yeah, that's how I would sum up some of the practical applications of, even with our temperaments, using physical means sometimes to have solutions or just even play around with each other in a non-gay way. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I guess.
Molotov here.
Because as the head of your household, you're going
Grabbing a pipe bomb.
to be expected to physically defend your family, not just communicate to local governance and whoever decides to harass your family, right?
Right.
So you can't just talk your way out of every situation.
Gotta be ready.
Like, listen
for
here, guys.
the horror movie situation.
Yeah.
Fighting monsters you can't reason
Sure.
with.
See you soon.
Yeah, pretty
Roger
much.
that. Here we come.
Listen here, fellow humans. We're here to treat each other with dignity and respect, and you must communicate rationally with me. I'm here to take all of your stuff and kill you and your family. It's like, oh, well, guess I'll die.
Oh well. I submit to you.
I tried.
Disembowel me. Get on with it.
No, I think we're obligated as men to stand up and defend our families. So.
Yep.
It is funny though. All the effeminate men out there today.
They are disappointing. Gotta be a Sigma or an Alpha. Nothing else.
No betas allowed.
No betas allowed.
Oh dang.
Only women are allowed to be betas. Not that that would be my type, I'm just saying. I think I would prefer a fellow Sigma.
I mean,
In the feminine sense of the word, obviously.
yeah.
Not in the same way that I am,
Right.
but for different reasons. Or different
Yeah, women
areas.
have like a natural, more submissive like mentality, which I mean that's kind of
For
the
the
way it's supposed to be, but that doesn't mean that she complies with everything that the government or state officials say.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's okay for a woman to be a beta. I have quite a few female friends who are that way, but
Yeah.
I would say for a significant other, I would prefer someone a little more rebellious. Like, someone more American. Someone who won't shy away from handling a weapon and that sort of thing.
Yeah. No, that would definitely be better.
I know too many women who are just like afraid of guns. It's like, well, the only reason you have to be afraid is if you're stupid with it.
Yeah, if you're mishandling.
Use basic safety to handle it, and you'll be fine. Oh gosh, there's a boomer. Okay, it's dead.
I mean, it's just like a knife, right? Just don't.
Yeah, just point it in the right direction.
Don't slice it across your arm. Don't point the barrel at your body. Like, stuff like that. Only have the trigger. Only have your finger on the trigger if you're ready to shoot at something you're willing to kill. Like,
Yeah. Only swing the knife if you're ready to slice and dice.
right. Yeah.
Dude, how are we supposed to get down without hurting ourselves?
I'm gonna do it.
Did it hurt you?
Oh. No.
Oh, okay. I guess they thought of it. Micah!
Oh yeah!
Oh no.
Yeah.
Reloading.
But yeah, I generally support Crowder, but I mean, I'll definitely condemn his actions if he abused his wife. But you know,
Yeah, we'll see.
that doesn't mean, you know, he's blacklisted forever. I mean, if he makes, again, yeah, we'll see,
Right.
but you know. I mean, people do horrible things, and they, you know, they are, they can be forgiven if they ask for forgiveness and, you know, acknowledge their faults and do better. So.
Right. Yeah, like I said, I
mean-
don't know what the other side is. I don't know how she treats him. Like, I'm not saying it was... Like, either way, it was wrong for him to, you know, beat his wife if that's what happened. But...
I can understand it more if, like, they're both beating each other up.
Right, like, if she was being just as... If she was instigating it, then... Then that's
It's like
then
the
he has
Johnny
more,
Depp thing.
more of a chance at rehabilitation. You know, like it wouldn't be as bad.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard him throughout the years talk about, you know, how important family is, and he seems to really love his kids, and he talked about his wife a lot a couple years back, and it's kind of a shock to me that he's getting divorced. So.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know. It's kind of sad. It's kind of like watching the Daily Wire and him go back and forth. It's kind of just
Yeah.
sad, but I mean, you know, sometimes you do have to do that. You have to stick by your principles and have character and stand up to people even if they were considered your friends or on your side. And not to say, you know, he probably didn't do everything right in that regard either, but like sharing the private phone call.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really like. I like a lot of the Daily Wire hosts, but I don't like the way that they operate very
Handled.
much.
Oh yeah.
Because there seems to be some political pundits that they are willing to bow to, unfortunately.
Oh.
And I don't like how they'll go like really hard for one particular candidate. Like they've been going so hard for Trump that they'll like drag DeSantis through the mud. And I don't think that's cool or necessary. Like they don't need to be doing that.
Yeah.
Like
I think
we need all the good politicians that we can get. We don't need to be slandering each other.
yeah, that's not a good like thing to do.
Yeah, it's not a good way
But,
to do business.
I mean, I mostly listen to Michael Knowles, and he's pretty level-headed when it comes to most of this stuff.
Yeah.
You know, he always talks about, you know, his favorite candidate's gonna be Trump for pretty much ever. He loves what Trump has done, but he's also complimented and said DeSantis is doing a great job. He hasn't really been dragging it through the mud or anything, so
That's good.
he's got pretty good character and principles. He's not gonna sway just because the Daily Wire is pushing one way.
Yeah. Candace Owens is the one that I see.
Oh yeah, she is.
The most often.
Yeah, I don't know what her problem is. I think she's like
I don't think she's like a bad host, and I think a lot of her like values are good. Like her heart is in the right place.
Reloading.
But it
she's just acting too much like a woman.
It's like it seems like easy to get her to be a mouthpiece for somebody.
Yeah.
Like she just shills a lot. I don't know that her being female is the problem. Because
I mean, women are more easily manipulated.
It's true, but Brett Cooper does not have the same problem.
I mean, yeah, but I'm not talking about
Well, I was
general
comparing
tendencies.
female Daily Wire hosts.
That's true.
I'm just saying.
I mean, yeah. So they got one. Oh, we're all dead. Are you kidding me? We're right there, aren't we?
I mean, those are the only two female Daily Wire hosts that I actually cognitively know the names of, I think.
It's a 50-50 on the... I mean, yeah. I think it has less to do... I mean, it has something to do with being women, but also more to do with maybe her...
It's probably just her personality.
Yeah, she's just very easily swayed, I guess. Because she went hard on like the Steven Crowder drama when it really didn't need to be.
Yeah, she was very
emotionally charged.
And I thought that was weird to take a stance on, since she has no involvement or... You know, I know she works for Daily Wire, but she doesn't have that much of a stake.
Right.
And there's no sense in, like, you know, dragging people around that you might, you know, someone from your audience that you might lose.
Right. Yeah, I think it was a very big detriment. And, like, she had no skin in the game, like, directly.
See you soon.
And a lot of what she brought up was not really fair at all. It was like very bad faith arguments. And Crowder was like nothing but very what is it? Like cordial and not like trying to bring any specific person into the whole debacle. Like initially, he didn't even name Daily Wire, like at all.
Yeah.
So he didn't want it to be like this personal back and forth, like insult type thing. And then she's like, goes all out on insults and personal attacks, and it's like, well,
ammo here.
All right then.
Yeah, it just seems unnecessary to take a stance on it.
Very bad look.
I mean, now she's got a little bit of a leg to stand on, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. We'll see. Like I said, he will have his day in court, so. Let's see.
I'm a reload. Back in the water.
drama's kind of annoying though, from a political perspective, 'cause, you know,
Yeah.
because they're like, you know, the conservatives, bunch of
Oh, look at them not
Old.
following their.
bunch of old-fashioned patriarchal abusers.
Well, it's funny because they're like, whoa, look at these conservatives not living by their principles and morals. And it's like, well, dude, at least we're trying to strive towards principles and morals. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, the liberals don't even have a consistent goal or set of ideals.
It's like, yes, we fail to fully follow good morals, like some of the time, but at least we have.
Yeah, at least they have.
Right. It's like you can't. You do not.
At least
You do
there's some
not
kind of
have-
rules and structures.
You cannot say anything about that.
Uh-oh. Oh, crap.
Oh no.
Whoa! Help! Turn around!
Ready? Oh. I got him.
I don't think you can get me. I could be wrong.
Might be too. Oh my gosh.
Don't worry, I can see just well enough to help out.
Yeah, I think you're dead.
That's alright. We're probably early enough that I can reappear. Oh, there I go.
Jockey! I got a jockey on me!
Ugh.
Get out of the goo!
I'm gonna reload.
Did we talk about the new Evil Dead?
No.
That's weird. Because I saw it on...
Did it come out?
Yeah, I saw it on not this Sunday, but last Sunday. So it's pretty weird that we didn't talk about it last week. That would have been when it was fresh in my mind. Oh my goodness, Rochelle, you incompetent bimbo.
Show, what are you doing? Dude. Do you want to talk about it? Or do you want to...
No, I'll talk about it.
Okay.
I was just thinking. But yeah. It's pretty good. Like, so it's a good movie, but it is the worst of all the Evil Dead.
It's not even better than the new remaster, whatever it's called, reimagine with the chick.
You mean the remake? Or well, it's a soft remake because it's
A
canonical.
reboot, remake.
Which one are you talking about here? I assume you're
The
talking.
lady with the. She's like fighting drug addiction, and then her
Oh, yeah.
brother's like.
Yeah, no, it's not better than that one. That one's great. It's fucking awesome.
So, what on the 1 to 10?
1 to 10.
Where would it be?
Wow, I would not like to die in the safe room. Just saying. 1 to 10. Six or 7.
Dang. Really?
Yeah.
So all the other ones are like 8 and up.
Yeah, I would say first one's like first one's an 8. Second one's a 10. Where's that jockey? Oh my goodness. Hey, how if you stick around in one place too long, they try to be ruinous. Yeah, the first one I'd say is an 8. Second one's a 10. Third one's a 9. TV show's a 10. Remake's a 10.
Reloading.
So yeah, it's a good movie, you know, no like huge problems. But as far as Evil Dead movies go, it's
Dang.
definitely the weakest one. So, you know,
What was it about?
you win some, you lose some.
No, do not shoot me.
Hey, watch out!
Pretty much the plot of every single Evil Dead movie.
Oh, they find a mysterious book, and then they summon demons.
Yep.
And then they all get possessed and die.
Hello?
Okay, well that's pretty lame.
Not too complicated. Just sort of the usual formula.
I wish they would build off of it like the first 3.
Yeah, the first 3 was. I mean, it's the same basic plot, but it's more like.
But
An,
it like progressed in scale, and like the third one was crazy because
Yeah, it's like
it had like this army.
Ammo here.
Yeah, it's more of an escalation as things
Yeah,
get
but
worse
the-
for Ash.
But what you're describing is just basically the remake.
Yeah, it's about some. Okay, so they won't. Okay, never mind.
Here you go.
It'll pick me up. That's good.
So it's about some people who live in an apartment in LA. And
Oh
that
my.
was kind of the biggest problem
Okay, we're heading over
is
now.
I really didn't care about any
Roger
of the
that, here we come.
characters. Like none of them were like super bad or annoying. With just I wasn't really rooting for them. At any. Like the only one I really cared about was like the little girl. But that's just because, you know, she's a child and of course you care. And it was kind of interesting to see a kid in Evil Dead. That doesn't happen doesn't really happen in the series. And they actually killed off a different kid character, which I was surprised by. I didn't think that they were gonna have the balls to kill off a child, but they did, and that was kind of hardcore. So points to
Yeah,
that,
more children
maybe.
dead.
I don't know.
We need more children to die on camera. Make it happen.
My other problem was there weren't any male heroes. Like they didn't like drag men through the mud. You know, like no one was evil white man. But like all the male characters died really early on.
Yep, because we all know that women are the most resistant and strong and
the main
agile.
And so it's like this family. It's this chick and her daughters, and her husband has left her, so he's not in the picture. And so the other male characters are like other people in the apartment who are just sort of there to be meat. So I mean, at least it wasn't like, it wasn't like man-hating, but at the same time, it kind of felt like if you want to reach a wider audience, if you have a female hero and a male hero,
or just a believable world,
you know, because I thought in the remake, like the division of male and female was pretty good. You know, even though the main character ended up being female, they still had the male guy have like the epic sacrifice. I don't know, it just... And I feel like you have to have that, because... I feel like that's what you've got to do if you're gonna deviate from masculinity. Because that's what everyone's used to, all the Evil Dead fans are used to, and what they want to see is this sort of... this cocky chauvinist.
Reloading.
Going hail to the king, baby, and
right?
You know, dipping a woman that he's never been even properly introduced to. You know, so I feel like if you're gonna have a female character, you've got to. A female main character, then you've got to kind of apologize by having a strong male character in there. Which the remake did, so I kind of give him a pass on that one. I said, okay.
I mean, I don't know why the movies are like so. I don't know, they just depict human beings very, like, non-realistic in a lot of cases.
Well, movies have become wish fulfillment for some reason.
Yeah. So, it's like, most female characters are like men, and then most men characters are like effeminate men that need to die. Like even it's like a natural instinct for writers or something. I don't. It's so weird.
But yeah. Oh crap. You gotta heal before the tank shows up.
But I mean, I guess if you depict like men sacrificing themselves to save women, then I guess that is realistic. So in that way they can like die, but like, I mean, there are cowardly men, especially in New York and stuff. So I mean, I guess that is kind of realistic in a certain way. I just feel like it's kind of cringe and it doesn't sound very Evil Dead. like
Right.
at all.
Because yeah, if it were anything else, I would be like, okay, you want your main characters all to be women, sure. But like Evil Dead specifically, you've got to be on brand. So I feel like you've got
Could
to
have made a new Ash.
have that stuff.
Could have done a new Ash protagonist.
I think they tried to, like, the character who ended up being kind of the Ash was like, she's you know, you learn that she's like in a rock band. She's kind of tough.
She's a lady.
She wields a chainsaw at the end. Spoiler alert. Sorry.
I'm shocked and appalled.
Yeah, shocked and appalled.
That's-
Chainsaw action.
Somebody
in
wields a
Evil Dead.
chainsaw.
Man, who would have thought?
They're just replacing all of our manly protagonists with butch lesbians.
Yeah, the mom character. So the one who ended up being Ash was the aunt character. Okay, so the mom character, first to get possessed, is like an LA tattoo artist. You know, they went. I mean, they did the stereotype really well. I don't know if that's intentional or not. But you know, loaded with makeup, all that stuff. You know, she's a fake redhead. You know, these characters are like LA bitches. You know what I'm saying? They're not really.
I mean, yeah, that sounds.
They're not really characters that they're not bad characters. They're just not characters that I particularly care for or root for.
There you go. It's a realistic character depiction. I like it.
And then she's got 3 daughters. There's the little girl, who's kind of a weirdo. She cuts off a baby doll head and puts it on a stake.
Yeah, that's not concerning at all.
Yeah, she calls it Staphany. And of course it comes into play later. Oh my goodness, when are they gonna stop? Oh my goodness. And then this is what I really didn't like about the movie that kind of took off points for me. The two other daughters are like teenagers, and they are super androgynous.
What does that mean?
Androgynous? It means that they don't really present as either gender. Like they have short hair, they're wearing sort of male or gender neutral clothes. One of them is like shown to be an activist and is like making signs for a protest in the apartment. And the other one is like, they never state it, but it's like an implied transgender. Like they call her Dan, and the actress is transgender.
Dan.
Yeah, Dan. So it wasn't too egregious, but
My name's Dan.
not exactly what people see. Not exactly what people want in a protagonist. Not what they like to look at. You know. Because like Ash, very,
I want to heal. Oh.
he's very handsome, right? Good to look at. Felt like we didn't quite get that. You know, the druggie from the remake was very attractive.
Yeah.
But I'm sure that most people would call me all kinds of names for saying that a film should have those things.
Attractive actors? No. You gotta have ugly actors so it appeals to nobody.
I don't think that you should be like one of those like skanky producers who prioritizes attractive actors. Like I would pick a good actor who's a little bit plain over someone who's more traditionally attractive.
Mm-hmm.
Almost there.
But you should strive to have attractive people.
We're just normal looking people and not psychopaths.
Right. They shouldn't be
Mentally deranged people.
androgynous. And then there's like
Reloading.
it's like an earthquake,
Reloading.
and they find this. Like it's explained later that there's like under the apartment complex is like a derelict bank vault, and that's where they find the book. Because a bunch of priests were like camping out there at some point.
Hello?
And they had to kill all their friends.
Oh.
And sorry, I got distracted. Basically,
Roger that. Here we go.
they find, of course,
Ammo.
a record of them reading from the book, the priests, and then, you know, all hell breaks loose. Pretty typical. I mean, there was some interesting new stuff, like the Deadites joined together to create like a disturbing human octopus, which was pretty interesting. The book has teeth on it this time. There's a haunted elevator that makes for some good scenes. You know, not bad horror, but it just wasn't doing anything super new. Although the thing I liked most about it is the film is strangely pro-life. So the main character who ends up being the Ash, we find out at the beginning that she's pregnant. She's kind of worried about it. And so there's sort of like this motif of motherhood throughout the thing. Because, you know, the mom gets possessed and the kids have to be protected. And there's never like, even though she's really concerned about being pregnant and having a baby and all that, like it's never called into question whether she'll keep it or not. It's sort of like she's like, you know, kind of like, oh well, this is not really what I asked for, and I'm, you know, really afraid, but I'm a mother now.
Yeah.
And uh-oh, I gotta save you just. I think the best aspect of that was one of the Deadites grabs this character and she does the classic "I'll swallow your soul" line. And then she goes, "Wait, 2 souls?" And I was like, "Oh, you said it had a soul. You said the unborn child has a soul." Okay. It's not what I expected from a Hollywood movie, but I will.
Pro-life
I will accept it.
director or writer or some crap.
I don't know. Cause I just wasn't really expecting that with the whole pregnancy thing, just because, you know.
Yeah, most of the time.
Since, like, you know, they did the whole absent father, androgynous daughter, transgender daughter. I was not expecting that, so that was interesting.
Abortion daughter. Or aunt or whatever.
Yeah.
Let's have all the very bad
Yeah,
life choices.
Knocked up dots, knocked up ant. Oh my goodness. We're all dying. Yeah.
In danger.
Poor choices from all the characters all around. So yeah, worth watching if, you know, obviously if you're a fan of Evil Dead, to see the continuation.
Rachel, what are you doing?
Worth seeing if you can catch it on video, but I wouldn't go rushing to the theater or anything. It's not that good. Dang it! It's because I'm playing as Ash, isn't it? Can't catch a break.
Healing.
Yep. Get to the chopper.
I wish I was less cynical.
To the chopper.
Jensen.
You gave that movie pretty high rating, so I don't. You know. Or cynical, but
Well, it was pretty clear that Jensen enjoyed it a lot more than I did and found less problem with it.
he's more of a normie, so
Is he?
I'd say so.
I feel like there are times where he's more cynical than I am. I guess I could
mean,
be
yeah,
wrong.
but for like
Maybe I'm projecting.
certain things, I think he could be more cynical about some things, but a lot of things I feel like he's more normie about.
Well, this is the end.
That's literally the same spot you died at before by the same spot.
Dude, what's happening?
Alright, well,
Can't even get as far as you usually do. Yeah, usually I don't.
I'm not.
Usually I don't give up, but I think we should get.
I'm giving up.
I think we should. I think this level requires other players.
And brain power.
Oh, there's that. I didn't give it that high a rating. 6 is not super high.
You said 7.
I
didn't
said
you?
6 or 7. I'm kind of waffling on it. Maybe 6.5. We'll say. How about that?
I feel like I'm more. I think I put less of a rating on most movies, just because I know how good movies can be. You know what I mean?
I guess. I don't know.
So but I guess if you like, I guess you'd have to go by like category of
Yeah,
movie,
and I mean
like
just
genre.
like
Genre
with
of movie.
millions of movies being made every year, it's hard for me to be able to hold it to that standard. You know, like I would like every movie to be as good as Ghostbusters, but I think that's unreasonable.
Yeah, I mean, I think genre-specific
So
like rating system
I
would
guess
be more
yeah,
fair.
Yeah, that's true.
So like horror genre, and then
So I guess
you know.
I guess my ratings would be more based off of how
Franchise?
how I felt about it.
Mm,
Cause I don't know, I mean, I've seen like more than half the episodes of Mystery Science Theater. I'm pretty jaded to bad movies at this point, I think. I'm a little jaded. I don't know that I would say I'm lenient, though. There are plenty of modern movies that still manage to piss me off greatly.
yeah.
But, you know. I feel like not bad is a pretty high bar in the last few years, so
If a movie gets a not bad, it's doing something good.
right. So this Evil Dead was not bad, and that is enough to earn it a 6.5.
Yeah.
Like Bruce Campbell said, it doesn't suck. He was right. He didn't lie to us. It didn't suck.
Who's Bruce Campbell? Is that Ash Williams?
Yes.
That's funny.
There's actually at the premiere, they were in a fancy theater, so they had balconies, and there was some dude who fell asleep during the movie, and he was and he like slid down and his feet were like dangling over the audience. And so an usher, you know, went and woke him up and said, "Hey, you stop that." And the dude had to throw a fit, and he threw his popcorn and said, "Oh, this movie fucking sucks." And Bruce Campbell stood up and went, "Well, get the fuck out then," and flipped him off in the middle of the movie. It's pretty hilarious.
There you go.
That guy's not really a Hollywood type.
No.
He's wild.
Just average man energy.
Yep, pretty much.
Average dad.
Evil dad.
Evil dad. Dude, wouldn't that be crazy instead of like making all these movies about like the same thing? I mean, the remake was good, but like, what if they did a series, or well, not series, but like a movie, and it's Ash William, and he has like a demon child, and he has to like tame it and teach it to like go against its demonic like mentalities, and then like teaches
I'm
it.
not sure that's possible in universe. I could be wrong, I guess.
Well, disbelief. Hold on to it, okay? He then becomes the dad, the evil Ash dad, to a demon child, and he raises it and it goes on to be, like the new protagonist, kind of like Hellboy.
Oh my goodness. You know, he's
You know what I
he's
mean?
got a daughter in this show.
Oh, does he? Okay,
Yeah.
so they did my idea. All right, cool.
Kinda. She was not evil.
Dang it.
She was not a great person.
Dang it.
Like, he's been like an absentee father, obviously. And so they kind of made her soft. And she's like sort of a typical like vapid, obnoxious valley girl.
Oh no.
But what that did was that like left room for character development. So she and Ash start out kind of at each other's throats, and then they find out just, how alike they are in the end, and through gore and peril they managed to bond.
Okay.
It was pretty
That's
good.
good.
Yeah. That was the last season, I think.
Oh, you added the. Oh, that's funny.
Hmm?
You added the accountability group to the server. I just now saw it.
Yeah, well, everybody's in this. So.
Except for Noah.
Oh, that's true. I don't have his number anyway.
Should add him.
I wouldn't be able to, yeah. I'll have to ask him on Tuesday. But yeah, Bruce Campbell was saying that that he's been working out and that he would do Ash again if Sam Raimi directed it again. He says he's got problems with other directors because it seems like most people don't have the balls to tell him no and to like reel him in when he's being stupid. So he pretty much almost exclusively works with Sam Raimi now, because they've got like a friendship and everything, so they can keep together. So I'm hoping in this recent Evil Dead they mentioned that there are 3 Necronomicons, which of course would be Ash's Necronomicon, the remake Necronomicon, and the one they find in this one. So I thought it would be cool if like the 3 protagonists came together and they had to like gather the 3 books. Maybe bringing them together helps to be able to destroy them or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Something to tie the trilogy off.
Yeah.
Because this one's like loosely, vaguely connected to the remake that is also loosely, vaguely connected to the original. So I thought it would be cool if in this third one they got everybody. Maybe put in the TV show characters, because they got canceled and they kind of had to half-ass the ending of the TV show. It was still a good ending, but it was not
the best.
not ideal. It wasn't like super satisfying. It didn't really get to tie up all the threads or give a proper ending to every character. So it would be cool if they made a last movie and sort of tied everything up from all of them. I think.
Yeah, they could do that, but they probably like money too much.
Yeah, you're right.
So,
But at the same time, Bruce Campbell, he's getting old, man.
I mean, I guess they could do that and then like figure out a way to.
Like they've at least got to end Ash's story and those characters. At least that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they could probably do it somehow.
Well, like I always say, If a writer is creative enough, they should be able to handle it.
Sure.
Well, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, or I guess single lady or gentleman, there is one person watching.
Single human.
Single human.
I swear it's a glowy, dude. It's gotta be the FBI.
Well, FBI agent, thank you for watching. And if you could just comment "evil dad" for us, we really appreciate the interaction.
Yes.
Just give us something. Nobody ever gives us anything.
Come
Like there's
on,
always
man, comment.
there's almost always someone watching at the end, and they never comment. Like, I guess I appreciate whoever is watching this and just like leaving it on and ignoring it. It's better than nothing.
Just be account name will just be FBI agent anonymous.
FBI anonymous.
Exactly.
Maybe his name is like Fred Brian Inigo.
Yeah.
Like, oh yes,
I think so.
our buddy Fred Inigo.
He's from like Portugal or something.
Mm-hmm.
Just some foreign country.
Totally not an FBI agent.
Doesn't even understand what we're talking
Just
about.
our buddy Fred.
Just watching the whole stream that has no idea what we're
Well, there was
saying.
that one guy who commented in Spanish. I thought that
That's
was
what I'm
weird.
saying.
I was like, did he even get this?
Did you Google Translate? I'm curious.
Mm-hmm.
What do you say?
It was like, Uncle something has arrived alive. It didn't make sense.
Dang.
I don't know.
Yeah.